Okay, good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's our pleasure to welcome on-site and online participants to the first phase of our Youth Empowerment Program by the Sharon Foundation for the year 2023. Our theme for this program today is career transition and progression, mega trends for viable employment. My name is Dr. Ndodi Bowe, and I'm the country manager for the Sharon Foundation. You are all welcome. Please, can we have a volunteer on site to give us an opening prayer?
Let's bow our heads in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you. We bless you for this great opportunity. Oh Lord, even as we deliberate, Father, we ask that you come and take perfect control in Jesus' name. Let every thought of our hearts and our minds, oh Lord, be acceptable to you in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, Lord, we pray, even as we do this, that, Lord, it will turn out a positive thing for us in life in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, we thank you. We pray that you will speak through those that you have called to deliberate. We pray that you speak to them and let your words, oh Lord, gain entrance to our hearts in Jesus' name. In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
Thank you very much. We are very grateful to that. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to just give us one or two statistics before we progress into today's program. There's this thing that the International Labour Organization is a report that they produce every year. In fact, there are two reports. The first one is called the World Employment and Social Outlook Trends, and the other one is the ILO Global Employment Trends for Youths. The first report for year 2023 states that employment growth globally this year will only be at 1.0%, while unemployment rate is going to run down by an increase of 5.8%. That's quite alarming. And we know what that means. That means people might not have access to the kind of employment or jobs that they want. Even when you see such jobs, it may not be available for everyone. It also means there might be a lot of job insecurities for year 2023. And then the second report, which is called Global Employment Trends for Youths, it says that the best way to beat the problem that the first report states is to build the capacity of young people all over the world in order to give them leverage, give them an edge in the marketplace. And what that means is to upskill, reskill, building your skills, diversifying, transiting, and progressing. And that's why we came up with the theme that we'll have for this first phase of the Youth Empowerment Program for this year, which says, again, career transition and progression, mega trends for viable employment. You will agree with me that I think since the pandemic came in 2020, a lot of things have changed. All right, they call it the new normal. It's not like life as usual. All right, so many things are happening in the job market. If you stay like an analog person, you don't want to be digital like other people, you don't want to move, then you may not be viable. You know, may not be relevant in the job market for the long haul. And so I'm really excited at this topic today because I know we have seasoned speakers here seated with me who are going to do justice, not just presenting, but giving you step-by-step ways in which you can transition and build your career. Because the question now is, on everybody's lips, how do I sustain my current employment? How do I sustain my business? How do I become relevant now, tomorrow, and many years to come? And that's why we are seated here today to learn. But before I present seasoned speakers, I would like you to welcome with me our trustee and line supervisor at the Sharon Foundation, Mr. Folari Alakija, as we bring you his welcome speech and opening address.
behalf of the chairman of the board and the board of trustees of the Rosa Sharon Foundation, it gives me great pleasure to warmly welcome you all to the first phase of our Youth Empowerment Program for the year 2023. The theme for today's seminar is Career Transition and Progression, Mega Trends for Viable Employment. The Rosa Sharon Youth Empowerment Program is the Foundation's flagship career development and capacity building program for undergraduates, fresh graduates, job seekers, working class entrepreneurs, and self-employed youths. This event is on-site as well as online, as we are streaming it live to reach as many of the relevant groups as possible. Mankind over the last 4 centuries has been defined by 3 industrial revolutions. The first industrial revolution began in Great Britain in 1765 with the birth of the steam engine, which in turn led to the mechanization and the creation of the textile industry. The second industrial revolution in the late 1800s was marked by mass production, with brand new industries of steel, oil, and electricity, along with the inventions of the light bulb, the internal combustion engine, and the telephone. The third industrial revolution, also known as the digital age, began in the 1950s with the invention of the semiconductor, the personal computer, and the internet. The fourth industrial revolution is taking place as we speak. It is characterized by a fusion of technologies that are blurring the lines between the physical, digital, and biological spheres. It will no doubt be defined through the implementation, creation of artificial intelligence, cloud computing, robotics, the Internet of Things, and 3D printing. The speed of this new revolution has been at breakneck pace that is currently creating unforeseen socioeconomic consequences of which Nigerians are all too familiar with. And as it stands, this will get much worse before it gets better. It is well known that the continent of Africa has been left behind in past industrial revolutions, and it is well likely that the same thing will reoccur with the current one. The fourth industrial revolution is an unstoppable high-speed train. Your choices are either to get on board or get left behind. So what is the purpose of the seminar? The purpose of the seminar is to educate you and to get you ready for this new age that is coming. For it is well known that the future belongs to knowledge workers. So what is a knowledge worker, you might ask? These are high-level workers who apply theoretical and analytical knowledge acquired from formal training to develop products and services. The modern knowledge worker has had to evolve. A creative thinker who has had to learn the skills to collaborate with teams from diverse backgrounds, either remotely or in person. That is what you must become in order to not just survive in this new age, but to thrive. Your only choices is to learn these skills whilst you can in order to gain the competitive edge for the challenges ahead. This will not mean shunning artificial intelligence, but embracing it to improve your work productivity, and etc. and so on. Warren Buffett, one of the greatest investors of all time, was asked a simple question: what is the best investment that I can make? And he replied, by far the best investment that you can make is in yourself. If you invest in yourself, nobody can take that away from you. And that is what we are hoping here to achieve here today, for you to all to learn how to invest in yourself in order to be prepared for the next challenging years ahead. Thank you very much for all your time, and we hope you enjoy the seminar.
Welcome speech and opening address. I will just move in quickly to introducing our seasoned international speakers who are here with us. To my immediate right, I have Mr. Adeleke Adeoti. I don't know if the media team is ready with the profile. While they are doing that, to my extreme right, I have Mrs. Bukola Majekodunmi. You're welcome. And to my immediate left, we have Dr. Ogonnaya Ndupu. I hope I got it correct, ma. We are so grateful and we're happy to have you all here. You're all welcome. Mr. Adeleke is going to be taking the theme for today, career transition and progression, mega trends for viable employment. And then Mrs. Majekodunmi will be looking at a segment of that theme which says thriving as an entrepreneur in uncertain times, while Dr. Ndupu will be looking at the place of mental health in career development. Thank you. Before I call on Mr. Adeleke to take the theme, I would like to just read a very few house rules. Please, to employ particularly our on-site participants, to please put your phone on silent. Please check if you haven't done that, so we don't have any distraction or interruptions. Thank you. Secondly, for those of you on site, if you have any question for any of the speakers, please jot down your question, pen it down. We'll have a Q&A session at the end of all the presentations, and then you can ask your questions one after the other. For our online participants, please kindly use the chat function to type in your question, and a phone number will also be displayed on the screen for you to also send your question to that number. We'll collate your questions online, and then when it comes to the Q&A session, you will have the opportunity to hear us read out your questions, and then you can listen to the speakers answer them to the best of their ability. I would enjoy everyone, both online and on-site, to follow us on our social media platforms, which will be displayed also on the screen. And today we have a challenge. We're going to be doing a raffle draw at the end of the program. I'm sure most of you saw the challenge. If you came in here and you came in with 5 people that you brought physically, you stand a chance of winning a free training in a 6 weeks free training in a tech-related course. So that will be one of the highlights of today at the end of the program. We would read the profiles of facilitators later when they're able to put them on the screen. So Mr. Adeleke, it's time. We've all been waiting. We are so excited to hear. So please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Adeleke Adeoti to run us through the theme of today's program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad to be here. I would like to, first of all, give a very big appreciation to the founder, Apostle Folorunsho Alakija, for setting up a platform like this to reach out to young adults, to youth, undergrads, working professionals, to be able to impact lives. Also, I would like to thank Mr. Folorunsho Alakija for his opening speech. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you. I would like to thank the organizers of this program for putting up a wonderful program such as this for us to come to learn and be able to see how we can transit our career or progress our career for viable employment. And also, I would like to thank my co-facilitators for your time. Yeah, thank you for being here. Dr. Boyle, thank you for inviting us. The audience, thank you for making this a date. We are glad that you are here, and for those joining us online, we say a very big thank you to all of you as well. Thank you so much for being part of this program. Okay, so will the slide be projected? Okay, so I would like to just dive in straight into the theme for today, which is career transition and progression, mega trends for viable employment. And I want us to really take this under a very, very friendly, relaxed atmosphere, okay? So we are children of God, right? So you can look at the person beside you and say, you are welcome. You're welcome to this workshop. Ask for the person's name. Say, what's your name? What do you do for a living? Are you a student? Let's just unwind. Let's just relax. Because at the end of the day, we have the mandate to still network. You get it now? So because business is about networking. Life is about networking. right? So the value of your life is not the value of the money that you have. It's the value of your network. So when you find yourself in learning sessions like this, in a program like this, try and get 1 or 2 numbers. Try and network with people that can move you forward, with people that can add value to your life. Because you cannot live life in isolation, okay? So that's why it's good to network. I know that we have some sessions where we're going to be having breaks, so we can move around, ask for our names, ask for business cards, then we take it off from there. Okay, so this morning we're looking at career transition and progression, mega trends for viable employment. So I'll be taking us through some content. So we're going to be starting with the introduction. Then from there we dive into the importance of career, still on the table of content, career transition and progression. Then after that, we're moving straight to mega trends for viable employment. Then we'll be considering the strategies for career transition and progression. So let's dive in straight to the proper topic, introduction. So we have in today's rapidly evolving work environment, career transition and progressions are becoming increasingly important because the world has changed. So the world in year 2023 is different from year 2017. So everything has changed. Now, I know that we all seated here, we hear about a syndrome that people say japa this, japa that. So we know about all of these things. The world has changed. Careers are changing as well. Even disciplines, job roles are changing. So everything is moving in a very fast pace. So it is the job market itself, continues to change. Industry continue to evolve. And we as professionals, grads, young graduates, the onus is on us for us to be able to adapt our skills, to be able to be relevant to these changes. Else the world will leave and leave us alone. So we need to continue to own our skill. We need to continue to adapt these skills and competencies to the requirement of the job market, to the requirement of the environment that we find ourselves. And that is why it is very important for us to consider, these things. I mean, pre or post COVID-19 brought about a significant change to the way we live our lives. That is, those days we say, it is now the abnormal has become normal. So we call it the new normal. Thank you. We call it the new normal. So the COVID-19 has brought about a significant change to the way people live and to the way we work, to the way we interact. And because of that, it has also brought with itself requirement for some skills, which is now laid on us. So because of this, it is necessary for us as individuals to be able to adapt, to the new skills and technologies so that we can be able to thrive. We can be able to project, So maybe I'll just say next slide. So maybe that can help because it keeps on going and coming. Okay, so what is career transition to start with? So I want us to break down the theme before we move into the strategies and what we can do. What is career transition? So career transition is just simply the shift from a particular career or occupation to another. Let's say, for example, an accountant totally just shift from being an accountant to a web developer. You can see that that's a total shift of position, total shift of direction, and that is career transition. So when you change from one job to the other. Change from one career to the other. That is career transition. So career progression. When we say career progression, what does it mean? It means when you advance, you progress on that particular career. Let's say, for example, an IT graduate from the university, you major in IT infrastructure, networking, building infrastructure. That's where you major in. Then you can advance or progress your career to say, okay, now I think I can build competencies, I can build skills in the area of programming. Even though it's still under the same IT, but you have progressed from just building infrastructure, building networking, into programming, into writing codes. So that is career progression. I was tempted to say amen because I'm also a pastor. Twice now I was tempted to say amen. Amen. Okay, so, we need to get this foundation, this introduction, we need to make it solid. We need to have that essence, have a thorough knowledge of this introduction before we now dive in straight into the strategies for career transition and progression. So we've been able to define career transition. We have been able to define career progression. Now, the next keyword in that theme is megatrends. So what are megatrends? So if we now say career transition and progression, megatrends for viable employment, what are megatrends? So megatrend is an emerging force likely to have significant impact on the choices we make, the lifestyle we would like to live in the foreseeable future. So it can be defined as simply a major movement, a pattern, or a trend on a global scale. So if it is just peculiar to Nigeria, it is not a mega trend. But if it is on a global scale, then it is a mega trend. Now, there are some mega trends which we're going to be looking at. For example, when we say the health sector, health services, is a mega trend all over the world. Because virtually all countries are challenged when it comes to the provision of health personnel. That's why you have your doctors and your nurses leaving Nigeria to go abroad. So it's affecting everybody. It's a mega trend. So we have been able to define career transition. We have been able to define mega trend. So let's go ahead. So let me say the importance of this training. The importance of this training is to explore some of these mega trends that is shaping the future of employment, and we as individuals to learn on how we can navigate, our career transition and progression in this rapidly changing job market. We need to understand these mega trends. Then that will now inform you as an individual on how you can transition your career or progress your career to be able to take advantage or navigate the challenges of these mega trends. So we've been able to identify or define what career transition is. We've been able to define what career progression is. And we've been able to have an idea of what a mega trend is. So let's now go straight. Okay, before then, I think we should look into the importance of career transition and progression. Why is it even important? Why are we even talking about it? Why is it important? Why are we talking about it? Number one, it helps when you transit your career or progress your career. It helps to broaden your skills. That's the truth. I work in the outsourcing space. I lead growth, business growth in outsourcing space. So when we say outsourcing, it's HR space. So we come across quite a lot of candidates looking for jobs on a regular basis. Looking for jobs. As a matter of fact, the organization I work for, we have more than 15,000 applicants, employees working, and we're still recruiting. But I found out that the more we try to recruit talents, the more difficult it is for us to get talents. So we say there are no jobs in Nigeria. But there are jobs in Nigeria. Really. The question is, do we have talents? Do we have people who are skilled, who are competent to be able to do this job? That's where the challenge is. So you can interview 20 graduates and the client is waiting for you. 20 graduates in 1 week, and you don't have a single graduate to pass across to the client as successful candidates. Not one as successful candidates. As a matter of fact, I personally have been trying to recruit just 3 business strategists for the past 6 months. I've not been able to. 6 months. I've been myself to recruit for my department for the past 6 months. So it is very important for us to look into career progression. Because if you don't advance your career or transit your career, as the case may be, you may find out that you become unemployable. Or as you are coming out from the university, what you are coming out with may not be relevant to the market. So you as young graduates, undergraduates, it is about time you need to be thinking about this. So importance of this is, first of all, to broaden your skill set. And when we say broaden your skill set, what does that mean? It means that you will have the opportunity to take on more responsibilities to be able to expand your competencies. That's one. You will also have that opportunity to be able to meet with new team, because this is now a space that you are not used to. Learn new things. As you learn new things, you broaden your skill set. It's also an opportunity for you to broaden your professional network. Career transition and progression. You broaden your professional network. What does that mean? It means that, for example, if you came out with mathematics, I'm just saying, for example, mathematics from the university, and now you are looking into progressing or transiting into, let's say, for example, a process engineering. That's where your interest is, or maybe an AutoCAD engineer. Let me say an AutoCAD engineer, because that's very close to mathematics. If it's a process engineering, they were talking about chemistry, chemical engineering, and stuff like that. So an AutoCAD expert. Now you are transiting. So it gives you that leverage to be able to meet with other AutoCAD experts in the industry. And once you do that, you pick their competencies. You understand the way they reason. You understand the kind of conferences they attend. At the initial, you may not be an expert, but they begin to see you as part of member of the community. And that's what it does for you. It broadens your professional network. So you are not confined to your space or career of discipline alone. I mean, when I was given this topic, I began to laugh, because I have a mentor who came out from the university studying accounting. So he became an accountant and he worked with Honeywell. He's my mentor. So when he got chartered, he went back to the university, he became an engineer. And I'm telling you the true life story. After engineering, he went back to university, he became an architect. So one day I asked him, I said, who is sponsoring this thing? I want to know. Is it that you don't have anything to do again in your life other than to be going to school? But he was the number 2 man to Oba Otudeko at Honeywell before resigning. Now he's into oil and gas. So I took after him as well. I came out as a biochemist. I'm a human resource professional. I'm a business development expert. I'm also a trainer. Going to be certified by the Center for Management Development, CMD. I'm also a leadership expert, chartered with the Institute of Leadership and Management, UK. You will say that the Ozu continues. Right. But the truth of the matter is this. These are ways with which you can broaden your skill sets, with which you can broaden your professional network. These are ways with which you can transition your career and make yourself relevant to the requirements and the challenges of your environment. So you don't stay put to say, I study accounting, and it's only accounting, because you may find yourself in an environment where that skill set of accounting is not needed. So how do you navigate? How do you move? So it broadens your skill sets. So let's move on because of our time. Let's move on because of our time. It increases your responsibility. That's another responsibility. So let's go to mega trends. Mega trends for viable employment. Now, this is the real meat of the matter. So we've been able to get this foundation right. So when I say career transition, can you chorus what it is to me? What is career transition? Awesome. So career progression is what? Awesome. Correct. Can we clap for ourselves, madam? I think it is. You guys are wonderful. I like this. I like this audience. You guys are wonderful. Invite me here every month. Okay, so that's wonderful. So then, what are mega trends? Can we cross the answer? Anybody? Yeah, emerging force. I like that statement. Or a pattern that has the ability to make a global significant impact and shape the way we live our life. So it's not limited to Nigeria alone. It's a global phenomenon. So let's go straight to some of these global trends. I know that some of them you have heard, and we're going to look at them one after the other, vis-a-vis career transition and career progression. I will appreciate if we can have the slides for the audience. The first one is digital transformation. Digital transformation. So digital transformation, put it simply, is just the integration of technology into business. That's all. Integrate technology into business. That's digital transformation. So I was thinking, imagine you going to queue up to pay for your DSTV subscription at the DSTV office. Some of you won't be here. There's some of you who have given up. If I cannot pay this week, I'll pay next week, Jerry. So DSTV too will not make money. But the impact of digital transformation on that business made it possible for them to be able to service you right in the comfort of your home. Make it possible for you to be able to do anything. Interact with your service provider right in the comfort of your home. So let's look at it one by one. It is one of the most significant trends shaping the future of work. So with the rise of digital technologies, organizations are looking for employees with digital skills that can help them stay competitive. So your organization, every day, they are looking for employees with digital skills that will help them stay competitive. Few months ago, you remember when the new note was released, all of a sudden, there was chaos in the banking system. You will transfer to your friend, money will leave your account. Money will not deliver to the place. You cannot go to the bank. There are more than 1,001 people on the queue, queuing up to the bus stop. Where do you want to start from? Then, when you make inquiry, or expert now says that the competent hands, they've gone. So now the people the few ones that were remaining were overwhelmed. So you say that I did not see alert, or they've debited me. They'll say, don't worry, they will refund you. Just don't worry. Wait for about 2 or 3 weeks. They're still refunding. So organizations are looking for competent, skilled employees who are digital savvy to be able to help them. So look at this report from the World Economic Forum. It says by year 2025, 50% of all employees will need to reskill due to the adoption of digital technologies in the workspace. You will need to reskill. I heard Dr. Bowe talking about reskilling the last time. You need to reskill. You need to relearn. Learn new things due to the adoption of digital apps, adoption of digital infrastructure in the workplace. So if you are not looking into that direction, then you are not doing yourself any good. So this will mean that individuals who have digital skills such as data analysis, artificial intelligence, and machine learning will be in high demand. I don't know, but I put myself as a CEO of any bank, and I found myself in that situation where we all found ourselves a few months ago or few weeks ago in the banking system, where you cannot transfer, you cannot do this, you cannot, even the app is not even opening. Now, if I happen to meet a secondary school graduate who has the digital skills to solve my problem, what do you think I will do? Not employ the guy. No, what do you think I will do? Will I say, because in secondary school, I will not employ you, even though you have the digital skills? There is high possibility that I will employ the person. So it's now beginning to show that the space for digitalization, that space for digital skills is now becoming more recognized than ever before. So it's not enough to say, I study computer science from the university. If you study computer science and the certificate is skillful than you, then there's going to be a problem. So let's go to the next mega trends. Okay, so I think before we go to the next one, let's look at how can we navigate digital transformation challenges. So to navigate this trend, right, we must develop digital skills. that are relevant to our career or to your industry. So, and what are those digital skills? You must take time to attend online courses. Don't wait for your employer. When you have data, learn from LinkedIn. There are quite a lot of free ways you can learn. Attend workshops and conferences. You can also collaborate with your colleagues who have these digital skills to be able to help you to grow and develop these skills. So staying up to date with emerging technologies and trends in your industry is also a way to navigate this digital transformation challenge. You have to be ready to read. So you are in the accounting space. What are the new information in your industry that you need to learn about? Because every of these industries have their own area of demand when it comes to digital transformation. So let's go ahead. The next one is globalization. That's another mega trend. So globalization is a process where people connect with businesses around the world. So it creates opportunities for employment. Because of the nature of my work, I happen to also speak with investors outside of the country quite a lot. So I was speaking with an investor a few weeks ago, and they came in from the Asian countries, one of the Asian countries. And the essence is that, they're looking for talents, quality talents that can be able to address their work problems in Europe, America, and Asia. And that's the truth. So don't think that your skill is limited to Nigeria alone, because the world is not a global village. So what you are doing in the corner of your house is relevant to a business in the UK. So you need to up your game, because it's a global village. So let's move on to the next one. I think I only have 1 hour. So let's move on to the next one. Remote work. This is also a mega trend that is affecting the future of work, affecting the way we work. So remote work has become the new norm due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So with many organizations adopting it as a permanent work arrangement. So there's a report by Flex Job and Global Workforce Analytics that since year 2005, remote working has grown by 159%. Sometimes, also in my organization, we have candidates who are very skilled, talented, and we want to hire them, and these candidates are the one determining the terms of work for us. And because we couldn't find the other one, they are very skilled, we had to agree. So they will say, there was one I was calling. He said, where is the work location? I said, is Lekki here now? Is Lekki here? Where do you say? She said, I live in Bagada. It's just Lekki here now. Bagada from Lekki. It's just told me Beach. You just get to Lekki. The lady said, no. I said, why? She said, no, I don't want to work in Lekki. I said, what happened now? But the salary is good. Say, I know, but I don't want to work in Lekki. So I was compelled to ask her, where do you want to work? She said, I want to work from home. It's going to be remote work. I said, okay, don't worry. Let me get back to you. I had to go and take permission. And we gave her the job. We gave her the job. So organizations are looking for talents. So remote working is also a mega trend that is affecting the way organizations and people work. And this trend is expected to continue with more organizations offering remote work options to their employees as an incentive. So if I know that if it is remote working that is a problem, no problem. You work from home. Don't worry, just work for me. But that is when you have the relevant and the requisite skill. If you don't have it, nobody will give you those kind of terms of engagement. So you must be able to, for you to be able to work remotely, if you are in that cadre already, right? There are some skills that are required: effective communication, time management, self-discipline. And you must be able to collaborate as well. Collaboration is a great skill for remote working. Let's go to the third one, which is healthcare. We mentioned healthcare. And I just want you to know maybe a little bit of what is going on and maybe the challenge, I'll put it that way, that we are currently facing as a country. So please, can we project that so that everybody can be seeing that thing, you know? So let me start from the bullet point number 1. It says, healthcare is another mega trend for viable employment, especially in Nigeria. And this is driven by the country's large population and increasing demand for healthcare service. Now look at the second point. It says, according to the World Health Organization, Nigeria has a doctor to patient ratio of 1 doctor to 5,000 patients, which is significantly lower. Maybe this report itself, it could be 2017, I don't know. It's worse than that now. Now, the global average is a doctor to 1,000 patients. Okay, let's go to the third point. So there's a data from the Register of Nursing and Midwifery Council of the UK. The total number of Nigerian trained nurses that left Nigeria from year 2017 March to March 2022. Total number was 7,256 nurses. They've left the shores of this country to go to the UK. 7,256 nurses to go to the UK. Now, the nurse to patients ratio globally is 1 to 4. 1 to 4. Presently, Nigeria is 1 to 1,160 patients. So you can now understand when you go to the hospital and say, nurse, you need to say, leave me alone. They are on the edge already. They're on the edge already. So, but this also indicates that if you own your skill in the medical profession and you want to progress into the medical profession, it shows to you that there are viable employment in the medical profession in Nigeria. Because there are spaces that needs to be filled up. As a matter of fact, if anybody is studying nursing here, I'll just beg you, please don't just stay in Nigeria. We love you. Don't worry. Because the space needs a lot of people. Need a lot of people. So if you are in the medical laboratory or you are in the sciences or medical sciences, this is also a mega trend that can inform you on how to transit your career. This is also a mega trend. You know, so if you want to work remotely, you know the skill to also build up remotely. The gig economy is another mega trend. When we say the gig economy, what does that mean? Can help us? Gig economy. We hear that word gig economy. Gig economy. Okay. So this is an employment or economy that is characterized by short-term contracts. They don't want to be to be held down by the structure and the bureaucracy of a normal office. They just want to deliver their service, they're gone. And this economy is growing by the day. I mean, we got a call from one of the big oil servicing firm in Nigeria, and they're looking for some accountants just for short-term contracts. I was like, do you see accountants as short-term? I don't know, maybe accountants are short-term. I can't tell that you can ever find accountants on a short-term contract. Alas, we found them. Several of them, they just want to do your work 6 months, they are gone. They are moved on to another, and that's also a mega trend for viable employment. If that's what you fit in, if that's what you like. Let's go on. Upskilling and reskilling. So when we say upskilling, refers to the process of learning new skills to enhance your current job performance. The skilling involves learning new skills to transition to a different career. Dr. Boyer mentioned reskilling. Learning new skill to transition to what? A different, entirely different career. So due to technological advancement and changes in the economy, many traditional jobs are becoming obsolete. So you may need to reskill. How many of you guys have seen a typist before? Typist. Maybe it's typist, I should call it. No, not typist. If I say typist, I call it in their own, language. Typist. How many? Oh, you've seen typewriter before. But there was a time that was also a profession. Yeah. But now, I don't know. Yeah, because you need to use your laptop, you need to do your thing yourself. So you don't really need someone to type for you again. And it's due to technological advancement. So both upskilling and reskilling are essential for persons looking to stay competitive in the job market and for businesses to remain relevant and competitive. So as a professional in your place of work, you must be thinking about it. How do I upskill? How do I reskill? Else, opportunities will come and you may not be able to take advantage of them because your skills may be obsolete. There's this future of work report from the World Economic Forum that 94% of CEOs, expect all their employees to pick up new skills on the job since year 2020. So maybe your CEO too is part of this 94%, expecting that you pick up new skills, since year 2020. So let's go on. So this means that upskilling and reskilling, it means that individual must be willing to learn and adapt to new technology and trends for you to be able to upskill and reskill. Diversity and inclusion is another mega trend. So these days, organizations are looking for individuals that will be able to manage people of different culture, manage people of different orientation, manage people of, the HR experts. So if you want to go into HR, you must be grounded in diversity and inclusion, where you have people of different generations, the baby boomers having to be working with the Gen Z. They have to be working with and they have to work together. And the baby boomers will not be like, or the veteran. Say, this small boy, what's this small girl doing here? You need to be able to manage. So that's also a skill, people's skill, to be able to manage diversity and inclusion. So what are the strategies? Strategies for career transition. I think this is where I want us to really, really follow deeply, that you can get your questions as well. Very, very key. So if we'll be talking about career transition, what are the strategies? Right? Must I transit my career even if you don't want to transit your career, I think it is better for you to know the strategies. The first one is self-assessment. Now, please, media, leave this slide as it is. Let me just explain some things. The first thing is self-assessment. So the first step in career transition is for you to be able to conduct a self-assessment. Identify your strengths, your weaknesses, your values, and your interests. Now, I've left names of some sites there. You can write down these sites. Now, these are sites that can help you if you're an undergraduate or even if you're a young working professional, that can help you after answering some questions that they will put to you to advise the kind of career or careers you should be transiting to based on your strengths, based on your interests, based on your values. So you have skillsroad.com.au, 123test.com, mynextmove.org, treaty.com, careerexplorer.com, careerfitter.com. They will tell you the careers that are best suited for your strength or to your strength and competencies. So it will help you understand your transferable key skills as well and the type of work that you enjoy doing. So you can give it a try after this program, and if you need any assistance, you can get across to the foundation. We'll be able to help you to progress. So self-assessment will help you to determine the kind of job or industry you should be going into. Because why is it important that you do a self-assessment, by the way? You will thrive. You will thrive. I'm not saying that you will not try in the other side, though, but you will thrive and you will blossom very, very well when you do what you enjoy doing. Don't work for money. Don't pursue a career because the money is much. Enjoy it. If it is something that you enjoy doing. Do you know that I sometimes, when I look at Messi and Ronaldo, I feel jealous. I look at it and say, this guy is enjoying himself and you are still paying this much. You know, and that's it. When you enjoy doing what you are doing, sometimes they will remind you that you have not even collected salary. That's when you remember that it's even salary day. So it is good for you. And these sites, right, if you answer those questions sincerely, they will put to you the kind of careers you should be transiting to, or you should be pursuing, or you should have as a second career. So let's go. Let's go ahead. That's the first strategy. So after doing the, what's it called? The self-assessment, the next one is research. So you'll be able to determine, okay, I have about 5 careers that, yes, my interest lies in, and these are the careers that I can transit to, maybe in the immediate or in the nearest future. So what are you to do next? Is to do research. Conduct an in-depth research to learn more about that particular field you want to transit to. So this may include you attending industry events surrounding those areas. It may include you talking to people already working in that particular industry. You know, it may include that you have to pick up publications, newsletters, as regarding that particular career for you to be able to learn more. And once you do this, it's building up information in you, and it's getting you prepared. So you're not just getting something and immediately you are just running to say, oh, let me quickly go and be doing it. You are learning it as well. You are learning it as well. So I hope that is clear. Is that fine? Can I move on? Okay, so let's go to the next point. And that is skills development. So you may need to develop new skills to transition to a new career. So after your self-assessment, do a research to learn more about that or those area of careers. Then you go straight to taking courses, helping you if truly you want to transit. Taking courses in those areas. Taking courses in those areas, attending workshops, attending seminars. So let's say, for example, you are a sales guy and you want to go into administration. You love administration so much. Even in your church, even at home, you are the coordinator. You coordinate everybody. And after taking the test, you find out that administration is part of your key competencies. Then you begin to study and do research on jobs that can give you that opportunity for you to deploy your skill. Then you begin to take courses regarding that. Administration, human resources, you begin to take courses in all those areas. So as you take these courses, you attend conferences. You can also apply for certification in those areas as well. So that you're not just interested in it alone, you're not just taking courses in it alone, you're also becoming certified. And once you are getting to the area where you are becoming certified, or you are taking a degree, or you are enrolling for a degree program on that particular area, you are transiting. You are transiting. I don't know, maybe you know that a lot of people transit, most especially people in their 50s, 60s. When you see them retiring, they begin to transit into another. So why not you can do your own early now. You can start yours very early. So that you have your main career, you also have this other one that you are. So you are certified in about 2 or 3 careers. I was speaking with a friend of mine who works in the oil and gas industry, and he was also a financial analyst. And he got a degree in financial analysis. I'm like, how did you do it? Yeah, I just had to pick up a second degree in Nigeria. So you can be a medical laboratory scientist, right, on one side, and you can be a human resource expert on the other side. You can be 2, and you are good. So when you see human resource gig jobs, you can do it immediately. Organizational development, strategy, you can do them immediately, while you are still your medical lab scientist. Let's go ahead. So after the skills development, I think the next one you should go for is networking. Because you can't stand on your own. A tree cannot make a forest. So networking is very essential for career transition strategy. Right? It entails building relationship with people in the industry that you want to transit to. So to network, you may need to do the following: attend industry events, attend exhibitions and conferences, join professional associations. You can join professional associations on WhatsApp, on Facebook. There's some professional groups that you can join, and you learn from what they put on those groups. Join professional. Then you can reach out to relevant groups on social media. You can join the association as well. So because this network may give you the next brief in that particular career. So you can also volunteer. That's another strategy as well. Volunteer and internship. So volunteering and internship. You can decide to volunteer. You know, those days when we're growing up, you have interns come to companies to come to work for free. I don't know if interns still work for free these days. Okay, you guys don't work for free again. You guys don't work for free again. Oh, we have to give you allowance. Transport allowance. Okay. Stipends. Okay. But those days, you see people write to organizations that they want to pick up. They would like to work as an intern. They are focused on learning this particular skill, and they will want to work for you for free for a period of 6 months. And for the 2 scenarios I've seen, these interns ended up being employed. Because you see that they put their own mind into it. So if you're looking for a job and you are staying at home, you've written applications, and nothing is happening. Why not write that you want to be an intern somewhere? Why not consider that? Why not consider that? So if you have an interest in a particular area of career, why not write to an organization that you want to be an intern? You will not be paid. You don't have anything to lose. As a matter of fact, you have everything to gain. You know why? At the end of the 6 months or 1 year that you have worked for them for free, you can now go and redo your CV. In that your CV, the company name will be there. So now the people that used to reject you before, that you don't have experience, should be now you have experience now. Let them come and hire you. That's it. So you can use the internship to also gather experience and build up your CV. So instead of you waiting for someone that will pay you a transportation allowance or stipends, So after that particular strategy, I think the next one is just job search strategies. And we mentioned earlier, networking is key for you to be able to get that desired job in the career that you are transiting to. Revamping your resume is key. Then applying for jobs online. Those are the strategies. So career progression quickly. I think I don't know if my time is fast spent. 7 more minutes. So let me rush through the career progression strategy. I'm sorry, but are you getting something this morning? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that response. So career progression strategies. I think I just lifted them. Okay. Developing an effective career progression strategy is a vital step in fulfilling your professional potential, right? And getting your dream job. So let's go to those strategies. I just listed them here. You have to review your strength. It's almost similar to career transition. Review your strengths, weaknesses, motivators, and value, right? You have to determine your edge over others. And what does that mean? Let me just explain it using this slide. So we don't need to, we'll just go from here to conclusion. What does that mean? It means that, see, in that area of your career, there's a particular thing that only you in that your organization can do more than any other person. So you need to look and determine what is your edge over others. In business, they call it your unique selling proposition. Or competitive advantage. What is that edge that you have over others? So after you must have reviewed your strengths, weaknesses, motivators, and values. What is that thing that you can do more than others in that your chosen area of career, right? Then research possibilities and take advantage of available opportunities in those areas. In that area, develop skills, experience, and expertise in that area. Network. Then analyze your current options. Then take action. Take action either for the short term or for the long term goals. Take action, move on. So career progression is just similar to career transition as well. Just a bit of. So I explained this. Is the slide going to go to them? You can access the slide online as well. So all of these things you can or when we are talking about corrections, then we can take them on corrections. So let's go straight to the conclusion. So in conclusion, as the nature of work continues to evolve, you must be prepared to adopt and develop new skills to remain competitive and relevant in your career. Organizations must also recognize the importance of career transition and progression for their employees and create a culture that supports ongoing learning and development. So by embracing these mega trends, individuals can position themselves for long-term career success, while organizations can create a workforce that is agile, adaptable, and prepared for the future. Thank you so much for your time.
Make it a little bit louder. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Adeleke Adeoti, for that wonderful presentation. He talked about so many things. He started with the definitions, which I am sure we all got. And then he went straight into what mega trends are actually really trending globally now. And then he mentioned a few of them. The very first one was digital transformation. I'm sure we all know that. If you are not tech savvy in your own field of interest or in any field you want to transition to, then we are not sure you're ready yet. He mentioned globalization. He mentioned remote working. Remote working has been going on for a number of years now, especially since the pandemic has been increasing. You can work remotely. You can even determine the terms of service, just like he said. He mentioned healthcare. He mentioned the gig economy. If you're someone, probably you have other things that you're doing, and then you want to just work short-term for people. I know some accountants that just take on projects for 3 months, 6 months, and when they are done, they deliver the work, and then they move on to something else. He talked about upskilling and reskilling, and then he talked about diversity and inclusion. Diversity and inclusion are a little bit new, but it's growing, it's really trending now, especially when you want to get a job outside your locality or outside your country. You need to be sure you understand what diversity and inclusion really means, you know. You need to be somebody who can accept to work with anyone. That means you need to be culturally acceptable of people, wherever they come from, wherever they are. You know, people are doing different things now. Some are very new to some cultures in Africa. But if you want to be global, you want to be someone who is diversified in your field or move into other careers, they need to be able to accept that. He went on to the strategies for career transition and progression, which includes self-assessment, very important. You know, to look at yourself to say, okay, where am I at now and where do I want to move to? He also talked about research, very great point. He talked about developing your skills. He went into networking, volunteering and internship, job search, reviewing your weaknesses, your strengths, and many more. Thank you so much, Mr. Adeleke Adeoti. That was great. And I'm sure you are wondering, who is this man? So I would like to briefly read Mr. Adeleke Adeoti's profile. Mr. Adeleke is an ambitious, goal-oriented individual with high level of self-motivation, resourcefulness, and dedication to achieving positive results. Please, can we have his photograph on the screen? He is a business professional with over 23 years experience and expertise in sales and marketing, business development, supply chain management, and human resource management. Adeleke has great passion for delivering solutions within the energy, power, consulting, ICT, and FCMG sectors of the Nigerian economy. He served as the assistant training manager of Sweet Sensation Confectionery, where he helped formulate training models that enhanced restaurant operations performance. Adeleke developed his skills of technical report writing while at Human Performance Solutions and delivered the whole manager business solution to Guarantee Trust Bank. He also served as business development coordinator for Lonadec Oil and Gas Consultants, when he managed different projects in and outside Nigeria and was awarded Certificate of Competence from the Manchester Business School, United Kingdom in 2009 and 2010. At Westfield Energy Resource Limited, Adeleke initiated and developed several business accounts for the company, amongst whom are Chevron, Nigeria Limited, Adax Petroleum Company, and so many others. He was nominated as Westfield's project manager for the Nigerian Ajib Oil Company, ABO Phase 3 Flow Gathering System, a project where he led the team from the manufacturing of the flexible hoses in Denmark to actual completion and installation in Nigeria. Before teaming up with Philips Outsourcing Limited, Adeleke served as a business consultant in Prime and Hills Energy Services Limited, where he built a procurement line of business for the organization. He developed several procurement templates for business operations at Prime and Hills Energy Services Limited. Adeleke is a certified business leader and an alumnus of the Manchester Business School, UK. He's also an associate member of the Institute of Leadership and Management in the UK and a member of the Institute of Business Development in Nigeria. He has a master's degree in business administration and management from the Ladoke Akintola University of Technology. Adeleke currently serves as the head of operations development with Philips Outsourcing Limited, managing both in Nigeria and Ghana markets. Please put your hands together for him. Quite interesting. Very daunting profile. Now you know who just spoke with you. Thank you so much. Not to waste our time, I would like to get into the second presentation, and that's going to be given to us by Mrs. Bukola Majekodunmi. I will read her profile while they set her photograph on the screen. I know we have a lot of young people who are into self-employment, entrepreneurship, and doing some business. Some are also working and doing some side hustle. And I know you're wondering, what does this theme to this program, what does it hold for me as an entrepreneur? You know, how do I diversify? How do I transition? How do I grow in my business? Probably in order to retain the clientele you already have and also to improve the list of that clientele and then to have your business remain relevant for a very long time to come. So that's what she's here to talk to us about. Mrs. Bukola Majekodunmi is FNIMN. I don't know what that means. She'll explain it later. She's the founder and chief vision officer at Bosworth Marketing Consulting, a multinational experimental marketing agency. She attended Mary's Convent Primary School, Lagos Island, and Baptist Academy Primary School, and proceeded to Baptist High School of Banikoro for her secondary education, where she served as a head girl of the school. Bukola attended Ondo State University Ado-Ekiti, which is now University of Ado-Ekiti, where she obtained a BSc in psychology, and the Alliance Manchester Business School, University of Manchester, UK, where she received a master's degree in business administration. Bukola started her marketing career as a professional staff on a marketing campaign with Tequila Marketing, and on this campaign discovered her love for marketing communications and has spent over 20 years working in different capacities in publishing, public relations, events management, and marketing communications. She has been fortunate to work on some of the biggest brands and the most talented teams across the world. In 2014, Bukola embarked on an adventure that founded Bosworth Marketing Consulting. And by institutionalizing integrity and matching international best practice, together with her amazing team, she has expanded BMC operations to 8 African and 4 South American countries over the last few years. Please, can you clap at this point? Thank you. Bukola is a fellow of the National Institute of Marketing of Nigeria and a certified member of the John Maxwell's team of speakers, trainers, and coaches. She's an associate of the Women in Management, Business and Public Service, known as WIMBIS, the program coordinator of the Association of Business Women in Commerce and Industry, the Nigerian chapter, the public relations officer of the Alumni Association of Alliance Manchester Business School, also the Nigerian chapter. And she's the chairperson of the Rabboni Shelters, a non-profit organization. She's the author of Bewilderment of Grace, an epic adventure of grace. Bukola is married to Ademola, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria with their children. Mrs. Bukola Majekodunmi, I'm so happy to have you here. The floor is yours now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, Doctor. And I really want to say a very big thank you to the matriarch of faith and business, Apostle Folorunsha Lakija. I was here 2 years ago to celebrate her 70th birthday. I came with my mentor. I was sitting somewhere at the back. I mean, there's been some restructuring. So I'm so glad that I'm able to sit here today and to share with you. Thank you, Doctor, for contacting me and giving me the opportunity to be here. And it's been great discussing and getting me ready for today. It's been amazing. Thank you so much, sir. So apparently we're fellow Manchester Business School alumni, so please celebrate him. And really a great pleasure to also meet Dr. Ndupu. It was nice, chatting with you. And some of the discussions that we were having, he actually hinted, when we were here. I'm so glad to be here. I'm here with my daughter, my nephew, and my friend Ayola. We're so happy to be here. And I know a lot of people are joining us online, to support. So thank you so much for the opportunity. So I am here to talk about a very, very interesting topic. How many of you are entrepreneurs in this place? So I have just one person, two. You people are shy. We want to know whether they're going to give us a quiz before we raise up our hands. So we have entrepreneurs. So we have business people. Please, how are you doing? How are you doing? In Nigeria, it's been gangster the last few months. So please, if they are seated next to you, please, either you can give them a hug or just give them a pat on the back, because it is not easy to be a business person in Nigeria in the last few months. Hey, okay, so let's breathe. All right, so I'm going to be talking to you on the topic, thriving as an entrepreneur in uncertain times. And if you have the slides on, please. So I'm going to just take you through introductions. I want to define this topic that we've been given, because it's always important to do that. And then I would share some personal experiences with you as an entrepreneur, thriving or trying, okay, to swim in this very huge landscape that we're in. And then, I will share some, practical tips, right? So you've learned about me. So in the topic, if you mind going back to the topic slide, thank you. All right, so, the topic is thriving as an entrepreneur in uncertain times, right? Thank you. And so thriving, I tried to break it down into 3 major keywords in this definition. So thriving really, as it says, is to grow vigorously. And I really kind of want us to look at that. Growing vigorously, okay? Because it's about growth that we're talking about. To do well, to flourish. I like wealth, and to also prosper. So I really like that particular definition. So I want you to look at that as an entrepreneur or someone hoping to be that in the next few years, about what thriving really is in business and whether it's possible to do that. An entrepreneur is someone that just created a business, and you have decided to embark on this journey or an adventure. As I look at mine, to create services, you are going to have to be responsible for the risks. And then when the risks pay off, you are going to be hopefully getting a lot of reward as well. And so uncertain times is just a period where you are not able to accurately know. You can't predict what's going to happen. You don't know how. You're not sure of anything. But hey, you're supposed to be in business. All right, so I like to translate stuff. Please, next slide. I like to say that, all these big words, let's translate it into English. So translating this into English means growing vigorously, doing well, and prospering as an individual who has created a business and is bearing most of the risks at a period that he or she is unable to accurately know or predict the outcome. This is the definition of madness. Because you're being asked to take risks and to embark on a journey that you do not know the outcome. You know, because people say before you start a journey, you have to count the cost, you have to do that. This is essentially what this is telling us, you know, but the nice thing is, it says that you can grow even in a situation like this. So in that English translation that I just showed you, so we're going to have a pop quiz. So this session is going to be interactive. I don't know how to teach. I'm a talker, right? So we're going to talk, you know, so I don't have to say sorrow, something. There's a Yoruba word like that. Anyway, so we're going to be sorrowing together, and I don't know what this is in Igbo or Hausa, you know, but we're going to be, you know, vibing. All right, so in this definition, so next slide, please. So we have a pop quiz. What's the biggest challenge in this translation? What's the biggest challenge? So we're going vigorously, you know, as a business person that has created something that I hope is going to turn into some profitable venture for me at a time that it is, I'm not sure what the outcome will be. So what's the biggest challenge for that person? Say? Please put your hands together for this man. So I'm going to give you a copy of my book. I brought books, doctor. I've got books. So we have books that we can give to you. So you are the first winner. Yo, clap for him now. You're jealous. What's that? You to listen to the next quiz. Okay. So please, next slide actually says, he was right. The most critical challenge in that thing is the fact that it is uncertain. The only certainty is that nothing is certain. So if nothing is certain, how in the name of God am I supposed to plan? And I'm sure all of us have been told, do your 5-year plan. Where do you want to be in 5 years? Meanwhile, do you know where you will be in 5 weeks? How many of us really know where we're going to be in 5 weeks? You know, but so we've said that now. So if I can't do anything with my 5-year plan because I don't really know what's going to happen tomorrow. So what am I supposed to do? Next slide, please. Right. So what this is pretty much saying that because there's uncertainty does not mean that you really are not going to plan or do anything. You know, it's the military, and you know that people in military, you know, it's always about strategies, right? It's strategies about strategies, but you know, these guys are even saying, you know, because the enemy can come anytime, these strategies are really useless. But guess what? We have to plan. Planning is indispensable, especially in an uncertain time. So even though we are going to be running our businesses, we are going to be living in this world that is quite uncertain, you know, but planning continues, you know, but whilst we're doing that, understand that there are certain things that I may not be able to plan for, but I have to be prepared for. Do you understand me? Next slide. So for example, now, all of us have done this plan as a business person. So for us in our business, because we do strategy a lot, you know, so we're always doing strategy. Our year starts in October. So we don't come into January thinking that we have started business in January. Our planning cycle actually starts in the month of October when we are reviewing what we've done and all that. But how do you plan for a Naira scarcity in a Naira economy? No, seriously, in your planning, at the beginning when we said, Happy New Year, did you ever envisage that you were going to have a Naira scarcity in a Naira economy? Nobody. You know, so you couldn't have planned for that. You couldn't have forecasted that. Yeah, you couldn't have forecasted that. Next slide, please. So in the last few years, I mean, he also mentioned it. How do you plan for the Chapa syndrome? We actually thought it was going to get better, you know, because it was like, it kind of slowed down. It was like we were just gathering money to do the jackpot, you know, because it was like all of a sudden, before you know, January, before I just changing number, I've gone, oh, how are you? I have gone, where? This, I'm like, you know, so if like, so for example, I'm actively hiring people. I'm actively developing strategies for businesses. I'm actively trying to implement strategies for people. And, there's a tendency that because we are always planning, when certain things now happen to us, we kind of like become really, really shaky. And, economists all over the world have talked about the syndrome or a phenomenon called VUCA. How many people have heard of VUCA before? Next slide. How many people have heard of VUCA? No? Okay, so let me explain what that is. So this phenomenon came just out of the back of the pandemic. So there had been whisperings, about it, but it became really, really enlarged. It became a thing, in the previous slide. Thank you. All right, so cool. Yeah. So like I said, you can't really forecast the fact that we were going to be looking for Naira, or we were not going to be able to, get the new currencies that's been, produced, that's supposed to be transitioning from, but it didn't happen. So because it is like that, it now means that we have to really, really be prepared for whatever is thrown at us, not so that we are not caught unawares, and which is why I want to talk about VUCA. VUCA is just a term that came out from, again, military. It came on the back end of the Cold War in America, because there were things that were happening, things that they had no control over. And so the term VUCA is an acronym for volatility. Can I please have the slides? Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Big words, okay? But let me break it down. Volatile, the way volatile is something that escapes. It changes rapidly. It's unpredictable in its nature and its extent. So how it comes, you really can't lay hold on it. So you really can't put it in a box. You really can't contain it. It is volatile. It's uncertain because it is unclear. Like what we mentioned about the Naira, the situation. I mean, the fuel scarcity, we kind of like know that it's going to happen, but we never did, plan. So when we were planning for the year 2023, for example, we made allowance for the Q1 to be slow in our forecasting. Right. So we made allowance for it to be, to be slow. Why? Who knows why? Who knows why? Come on. Put your hands together for her. Another book going there. So because of the elections, but really, we never knew the extent to which we were going to be affected by this cycle of election. I would like that slide on, please. Thank you. So we never knew that. So it was uncertain, but we had some degree of like, election will come, there will be drama, but the drama was on the degree scale of, we planned on the scale of 1 to 10. It was on the scale of 1 to what? 1 million. You get? So again, we kind of planned, we forecasted, we were kind of prepared for it, but to the degree, is what we're talking about. Now, complex, very different, interconnected factors come into play with the potential to cause chaos and confusion. Did we experience chaos and confusion in the last 1 quarter? That is VUCA. Then it's ambiguous, it's a lack of clarity or awareness about situations. So now we've heard what VUCA is about. Is it really possible, knowing that this phenomenon really exists? It exists so that we can plan. And I'm going to be sharing some tips with you. Next slide. Thank you. All right. So I have a case study. Like I mentioned, we're going to be vibing. So you are going to have to ask questions. So this is a case study of a business. So this business has been in existence for a while. The 4th year, so how it is when they say, in the first 5 years, businesses, the first X number of percentage of businesses kind of like, close and all that. So this business had been growing steadily. And because of the steady growth, they were now at a place where they had done quite a bit of work. So in that year, they always kind of prepare for work ahead. So they don't really wait until the new year before you start confirming business. As an entrepreneur, please do not wait until January 1st before you start confirming your business. Hello? That is what? A recipe for disaster. So you really can't go into an uncertain year with uncertainty. There has to be some degree of planning. Yeah. So whenever you guys go to church or wherever you go to and you say, this is my year of kiniko, you know what I'm saying? It has to be upon something. Hello? Right. So you have to do pre-planning before you enter or get into a new year. So this business had confirmed 70% of our business. It's a good place, right? If before you enter into a business, you already have 70%. So you're like cruising, yeah? Your hand will be like this. That's, you have arrived. So at the end of that year, 70%. In fact, it was so good that the confirmed business that they had started implementing part of it. So they had like 30 events, for example, which was the biggest ticket item in that 70% that they have confirmed. So they had confirmed this 70% and they had started implementing, right? So because when they say, a client has given you work, right? And you have started this, there's no going back. So in order for them to start this business, it meant that they had to plan ahead to buy the materials and that they are going to use for the project. So they had committed how much was the fund? 47 million naira. Very good. Now, in January, so they had done quite a bit of work, right? They've done like maybe out of 30, they had done 5 of those events, right? So now, January came. So the client is saying, you know what, we want to really upgrade our logo. We want to change our CI, our corporate identity. Please give us some time. Instead of continuing on the planning the route list that you have shared, let's wait till, let's give us 1 month. In the 1 month, they were changing logo. In February, that client lost 50% of that business. The slide, please. Next, previous one. Thank you. And then the pandemic happened. What year was this? The year we will never forget. So that year was year 2020. What do you think happened to company ABC? Anybody? Somebody said it folded up. Yeah? It folded up. Yeah? Someone else? Please, if you want to answer this question, please, you have to raise up your hand and talk. Thank you, sir. Sorry? The company was liquidated. Very good. Thank you very much. Who else? The experience? They experienced loss. Thank you very much. All right. So that business, you can replace it with ABC, from ABC to BMC, which is Bosworth Marketing Consulting. So at the beginning of the pandemic, we were cruising, because we had seen money, and somebody had signed the money onto us. So we went on a Christmas break, really, really excited, and knowing that, year 2020, oh my loud gone. But it was a different kind of loudness, Next slide. So then, of course, I am the chief vision officer of this business. So the first thing that I did was I was in denial. It's not going to happen. I bounded it. I rejected it. I casted it. I said, But in fact, the first time I heard about the pandemic, we were coming back from the UK. And I heard on radio for the first time there was some virus in China. So I was like, China is far. Cannot reach us. So I was like, I was on the way to the airport when I heard it. So it was like, it was nothing. So we went into the year still in denial that there was no problem. We're fine. You're just changing logo. We just need to chill. In fact, the next project that we did, we ran it at a loss because we wanted to demonstrate capability to this client. We wanted to show that, we could do stuff. So we ran it at a loss, not thinking that, we had some buffer, in the subsequent one. And then when it now dawned on us that this is not as we planned it. Yeah? That's how panic started. Panic attack. How are we going to do this? What are we going to do? Where is the salary? Where is it going to go? What are we going to do? That's how we were in that situation. The one thing that had happened for us as a business is that we had some disciplines, and I want you to listen, right, as entrepreneurs, business people, is that we had a commitment as a business that there is a certain percentage of our profits that we do not take out of the business. So you don't start your business, you start making small money, you go and buy a Jeep. That's what happens. So the first commitment that we did as a business is there were certain things that we said we were not going to do. We were committed to leaving certain percentages of our business profits in the business, right? So that was something that we were totally committed to. Why? Because we had read all sorts of statistics that said that in the first 5 years were the most critical part of the business. So I went to Manchester Business School, and part of the reason why, because I left after I started my MBA, I think it was the second year or so, because then we were doing 3 years, 2.5 years, because it was something called the blended learning. So we did online, and then, we had to attend workshops across the world. So in that statistics, they told us that if you do not do anything with your MBA in the first few years, you're never going to do anything with it. I really didn't want to be that negative statistic. The second thing was, they'd already told us, if you've learned business, is that there are certain things that you have to do if you do not want to be part of the 1 in 5 or 5 in the 10 businesses that will crash in the first 5 years of business. So part of the discipline that we put into our business is that we are not going to take money out of our business recklessly. So when that happened, we were still able to pay salaries, even though we had suffered this loss. We had had this challenge, we were still able to pay our people's salaries. We were paid our people's salaries. Now, naturally, if I had put together something that I'm thinking that is supposed to be something I'm going to use to run my business, so now I'm using it to, cater for things that I didn't plan for, and there was no way of anything coming in, of course, I started panicking. So I started panicking, and in the panic, I started looking for answers. So I spent the first few weeks of the pandemic just weeping. It's okay to cry. I was spent. I cried and wept. I was like, people were dying. We cannot go out. What is going on? It's like, it was something. Remember I told you that China was far. So when it was now in my backyard, in my compound, there was an and doctor will talk to us about this better something, because it was a very, very difficult time. Then seeking answers. So I've cried and wept, and I went to the Lord. I'm a faith-driven entrepreneur. I'm a full-time missionary, and my mission field is business. So I believe that the next move of God is going to be done through businesses. And so I'm very, very deliberate about how I run my business. So I am a faith-driven entrepreneur. So, of course, I went to a place of prayer, praying and, getting understanding. So the next thing, please, I could have that slide to prompt me. Thank you. Yeah, of course. After the crying and the depression, and it was like, okay, we have now accepted that this thing is here to stay. So what do we do? Pause. Somebody say pause. Pause. So we had to pause for a few weeks. And I want to explain this for us, by the message of God. It wasn't like we had to, because we're still working. And I'm going to share how we worked, even whilst we were, all of this was going on. But it was really important, So 2 things happened. We had to pause because really we had to. Then because people were not working, there was a level of anxiety, and there was a level of, people were now talking to each other. You understand? We can now see each other, because we're not going anywhere. We're talking to each other. We're now dealing with real issues and everything. So we had to, so there were some things that were coming up, So for me, that I had to really deal with personally as a leader. I realized that my leadership skills, my leadership style, also I had to look into it, because if you are looking into building a business, right? Again, the pause allows you to actually now reflect. So a pause in itself is not bad. So that was essentially what we had to do. And so in that period of pausing, we now identified certain things that we had to do from a business point of view and also from a personal point of view. So as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, there are certain things that you have to understand. First, I am not just a business owner, I'm also leading. I am a leader, right? So I am a leader, I am a manager. And there are certain skills, that I have to have. There are certain things that I need to know. There are certain things that I have to do. So in that process was this whole upskilling, reskilling, rejigging, all of those things we had to do. So next slide, please, quickly. So I went through all of this situation. And so as business owners, we were all in uncertain times. Of course, you're going to be destabilized. You're going to be anxious. In some cases, some people lose motivation. There's a lot of, time and effort that, you're beginning to say, whether I am on the right path, So again, if you're not careful, you're going to take a lot of bad decisions during this period. So again, perhaps if I decide that all of my long-term projects, everything's been hampered, nothing can now move freely as we had initially planned. Next slide. So I love this quote I want to share with you. In times of rapid change, it is the learners who inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists. Our world in 2020, that world that we're all very comfortable in, that we could do 5-year plans, and the 5-year plans we're tracking, no longer exists. Part of why you've come here and part of what this program has been put together is for us to actually learn. It's for us to really understand, how do we now begin to thrive in a situation that looks like craziness or, or madness. So next slide. So how do we do this? Part of what we had to do as a business was, immediately that happened, it also meant, please next slide. It also meant that there's certain things that we have to now accept. I will still continue to do my strategies, but there are certain things that I have to work into the way I think, and that is to embrace uncertainty. I would like for this thing to move faster. Yeah. Thank you so much. Keep going. Right. So uncertainty is not necessarily bad news. I just want us to, first, understand that. Yeah. Uncertainty is not bad news. Right? Because what it means that it's just that there might be some other ways. I have to be prepared for what might come, so that I am insulated from whatever shock or drama that might, follow. So you have to accept and embrace uncertainty as a constant. It is unpredictable. It is still there, and it is a factor that I have to constantly, deal with if I am an entrepreneur and I'm going to be on this journey. So everything that I've also learned, that I understand before, I have to first leave those, because I have to learn certain things that I had no idea. So I have to ensure that I am prepared. So I cannot resist uncertainty. Tell your neighbor, say, don't resist uncertainty. Don't resist it, because it is here to stay. It is here to stay. Once we are here to stay, we cannot pray it away. Amen? We can't pray it away. It is here to stay. So once you have that, and you have that understanding, you have some grounding. Tip number 2. You have to take actions over the things you can control. So for example, I cannot control whether a certain gentleman will release new notes into the country. But I can prepare to equip my business in such a way that if there is a situation like that, I can control what happens in my business. I can control how my business works. A lot of people heard when we've been talking about cashless economy for a very, very long time. But a lot of us still ignored it. Even as we speak, some people are saying, there's no cash, I cannot. Are you for real right now? That was the first shock. If you have not evolved into the digitalization that was mentioned earlier, then you are not ready to thrive in uncertainty. How do I ensure that? So, for example, we work across Cameroon. We work in Cameroon. We have activities in Cameroon, and there are merchants that we have to pay in Cameroon. You understand? So, if I'm doing work in Cameroon, I'm sitting down here for whatever reason, I can't work. How am I going to finance? So I have to ensure that it's either I go set up fully in Cameroon so that I can begin, but maybe my border trading may not be something that I need. Johnson, I have to be ready. But there are certain things that I can't control, but the things that I can control, i.e. my business, how I do my operations, I need to ensure that I have some level of control over it so I am not shocked when things happen. So by focusing on the aspects of a problem that I can control, you will switch from being ineffective and worrying about things that you don't have control over to actually becoming very, very efficient in the things that you have control over. Next slide. The other part of this that is really critical for us, when I walked in, I saw the vision here. In our business, our vision is like it's our North Star. We have a huge wall in my office where we have our vision. It is huge. It's a big wall. So once you come in as an employee, we take you to the wall so that you don't say that you don't know it. And it's a place where we're all coming and going every time. So our way of ensuring that we deal with this volatility is understanding our vision. And every time, at least in a year, minimum, even when there are challenges, we would have strategy session, we will have retreats, to go and sit down and look at this vision. What is the roadmap? How are we doing this thing? So I know that some of you are still just starting your business. Please, the vision for my business, when it was on my dining table, is still the same. So we've tweaked it, but really it's always been, we said it's going to be international. We said we're going to have branches. We said we're the preferred and trusted experiential marketing agency. Now, for us to be preferred, for us to be trusted, right, it means that there are certain things that we have to do right. So that hasn't changed from when it was just me on my dining table or when we were just 2 or 3 people. You understand? Well, now that we are more than 20 people, right? The vision is the vision. So we make sure that we have this boldly written. It's always something that takes. So the choices that we make, the decisions that we make, it's always around that. And we have value. We have a value wall. We have a value wall. Once an employee comes, they will say, this is who we are. This is who we are. Can-doism, integrity. We are proudly Nigerian. You understand? So these are the values that camaraderie. These are the values that are critical to our business. And then we evaluate every time. So after 3 months when we go for this strategy session, say, what are our values? Just to remind ourselves, in case we have dropped the critical values, or the people that walk in and say, without saying this, what are the values? If these values are not being mentioned or reinforced, integrity, do you understand? If it's not being reinforced, then there's a problem. So when things are volatile, this vision helps us. Do you understand? It helps us, because we haven't changed. Like, okay, but we're still going to be international. Yeah, that's the dream. That's the vision. Do you understand? And how are we doing it? We have a value, and then we can now go into the table and say, this is our action plan. There are certain things that we cannot do right now, but what can we do? Tip 4. Now, we meet uncertainty with understanding. I told you that we paused, right? We paused, everybody go home. But we didn't pause for more than 4 weeks, actually. Because we're engaging with our clients. Our clients, our biggest clients are are out there, foreigners, so they couldn't travel. And, even though they were also badly hit, but as a big organization, everybody, they were planning. Everybody was fine because we were sure that one day this pandemic was going to be over. But when we didn't know, but so every single time we were still planning, we were still talking, we were still saying, what are we going to do? How are we going to do? We're still gathering insights. Please go ahead. Can I see the slide, please? Thank you very much. So we paused. You have to understand what it is. Understand what we're dealing with. Get information. Get research. Do what needs to be done. Next slide. Step 5. So we react to complexity with clarity. So in complex situation, communication is key. Whether it is from, maybe you have stakeholders in your business or there are team members. So most times when there's a challenge in business, most business owners, they are mute. So they stop talking to their team, because they're wondering, what are we going to tell them? Even if you do not know what it is that you are going to tell them, but the fact is that we're talking, because something happened in an organization where I was working. We lost our biggest client. Yeah, we lost our biggest client. And if a 1 billion naira client walks out of the door, and you have quite a bit of, people, the first thing is that people will what? Downsize. People, so all these corridor talks, you are meeting, having coffee, and everybody's talking like, they're going to fire people, they have gone, so all of that panic, some of the best people, again, started leaving the organization. But guess what happened? Whilst everybody was getting worried, the head office was engaging with the clients. And before the end of that year, we won part of what was lost. Do you understand? But because there was no communication, things were happening, to assure people, to get them ready. Even your clients, if there are issues that you're having, experiences that you can't deal with, not keeping quiet is not an option. You understand? You have to ensure. So you have to ensure that you're developing, you're ensuring, you're talking to them, you are giving clarity, even though you have some complexity that we may not be able to completely fathom. Next slide. We're almost there. The other thing is fighting ambiguity with agility. Now, you have to be flexible. You have to ensure that regardless of whatever happens, there's a contingency plan. There's a contingency plan. I want us to go to the next slide. When this whole pandemic thing was happening in our business, because our clients couldn't travel, nobody could travel. We couldn't travel. Nobody could travel. But because we were in markets, we had done, over time, we had teams in Ghana, we had teams in Togo, we had teams in Benin Republic, we had teams across Nigeria. So we were able to do research, because at that time, it was information that people were looking for. What's happening in Kano? What's happening in Tokpa markets? Do you understand? How are people doing so? How are people reacting? Do you understand? Because nobody could travel. We used to travel to those locations and go and do the work. Because we couldn't travel, but we had contacts. So we became the hands and the legs of our clients because they couldn't travel. So we had people in those locations. Research was something that we did not think about in our business. But during the pandemic, it developed. In fact, I have more data analysts in my business than other types of people in our business because it suddenly became a thing. It was so big. So I had to have people that had data analysis. They could, capture data. They could do, and it hasn't stopped. So data, I don't know, it wasn't really mentioned, but data is, we said data is life. Yeah, but so data is really key as something that you also have to think about, because that kind of helped us. So even though we were not earning money going up and down like we used to do, we were earning money doing research. We were earning money doing research in those countries. Next slide. So partnerships, right? There's this African proverb. If you want to go fast, do what? Go alone. If you want to go far, go together. The last few years, so like my profile was read. we've been doing a lot of work, and we've worked in South America, Argentina, Paraguay, Bolivia, some Peru, right? And so we went going to these places, we had set up our business, and then the pandemic happened. You know, we registered buzzword marketing, SAC, but the pandemic happened. To travel from here to Peru is a few hours, you know, normally. And of course, the money. So what we had set aside would no longer work. So we had to put that business to sleep because we couldn't go anywhere. Every other economy was also trying. Peru was really badly hit. So in doing this, we were unable to do some of the expansion that we wanted to do. So we had to pause it. So first it was about stabilizing. I also wanted to say, because I didn't finish that story of that pausing and all of that. In that next year, 2020, our billing for the year, right, that we lost at the beginning of all of that, in the last 3 months of 2020, we met that billing. In 3 months, the whole year drama, and I can tell you it's the mercies of God, okay? You know, because in business, when you're going to all these business schools, there's a place of Jesus Christ in the whole thing, so just saying, you know, so even the strategy, the Lord was, you know, involved, amen, right? So we met our targets in that year, in the last 3 months. Because we did not stop planning, we did not stop praying, we did not start engaging. I also had to do certain things as an individual to improve my leadership and my style, and to also adjust some of the things that, you know, we had to do as a business. And of course, we had to hire new people, and we had to start pretty much from ground zero. So we had to do certain things from the scratch, right? So in 2021, because, again, there was another crisis that happened, you know, but at the end of the day, because we were able to keep building during a crisis, the natural reaction is to stop building, to shut down. But that really should not be, because it's going to stop. Every crisis starts and it also ends. It's always a start date and an end date. We started the pandemic and then it eased, then it is easing, then now nobody's even asking you for vaccine certificates anywhere you go before. You can't go anywhere. Where's your COVID test? One thing, nobody's asking you. So we were building, and we were building because, please go to the next slide. Okay, so we're building. And part of what we had to do, remember I mentioned that we had to do certain things differently. So we couldn't go to all of these countries as we wanted to. So in doing the things that we had to pause, in that year, again, it was our best year ever in 2021, right? It was our best year ever. Some of the things that we never did, but because we were building capacity, we were building. If you want to go far, you know, the kind of things that where we are right now in our business is partnerships, is understanding that I may not be able to go by myself to go and start a business from the scratch. I found people that have my values, that understand that I think I can trust, and we're having MOUs, do you understand, to sign to say this is what it is, this is how we're doing this is our understanding, and that's how we are now, you know, expanding into the Francophone West and also East Africa. Right? So that is how we went in. You know, people, my colleagues, so you have to also focus on building the quality of your relationships. And our first speaker mentioned it as well. You know, networking. These are people that I worked with like X number of years ago, but we left on a good note, and so we were still in touch. So when there was career opportunities or business opportunities, they were like my natural default. Say, I can't go to Uganda and go and stay. Yeah, in Uganda, you understand, this client is coming from Nigeria. Go to Uganda. This is my person in Uganda. This is how we're doing it. And then there was a need for me to go and show that we are really legit. I also showed up in Uganda to say, these are my people. I hand you over to them. Always done. Thank you. Thank you. So next slide. Get a mentor. All of us Nigerians, we have plenty spiritual mentors. We don't have business mentors. It's not the ones that you're following on Facebook. Oh, you are my mentor. Yeah, it's not your mentor. He doesn't know who you are. Do you understand? Find a business mentor. Business mentorship was a big game changer for us in 2020. I'd signed up for a program, and I was assigned with this woman. So in this mentor, it was the Cherry Blair Foundation mentoring program. And I was matched with a wonderful woman who was committed to helping us build our business, sharing tips, disciplined. I also had to show up. So when you have a mentor that is willing to also mentor you, then you also need to come to the table, by being disciplined and, showing up. So find a business mentor, somebody that has gone that way before, has done it before, so you can learn. You don't have to make the same mistakes. It was one of the most critical parts. You said, I mentioned to you that we were building, even during the pandemic. It was because she said, don't worry, it's going to pass. Yeah, we also had some crises. Said, don't worry, this is going to pass. What if they now give you this thing that you're asking for? What are you going to do? Is it when they release you or give you this thing that you now start building? Said, no. Start building now. Start working. Start hiring people. Start doing, CVs. Where is the structure? Where is this? Where is the brand? Where is the company profile? Where is the brand manual? Where is all? We had to do all of those ground. So immediately, everything happened. We were able to expand into 3 locations in 1 year. We expanded into Cameroon, Mali, and Burkina Faso because we were building. Normally, I would go and come back and go. In fact, most of those countries I didn't even have to go because we had competent teams. Because we had more hands, we could do more. So as a business, please build structure. Build structure. And I think that's about it. Next slide. Yay! In times of rapid change, it is the learners who inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bukola Majekodunmi. That was wonderful. Just to give us a little summary, I won't be able to say everything she has said, but I think she started by talking about planning. That you need to plan, and planning will help you in uncertain times as an entrepreneur. Because in business, getting into business is all about uncertainty. You're taking risk, even though you are getting into a business that you are fully aware of, probably fully qualified for, but you need to plan and keep planning. And then she talked about the reactions that come to a person as an entrepreneur when you meet sudden challenges, the unexpected challenges, like when the pandemic happened and so many businesses were shutting down. And then she talked about you may be in denial, you may panic, but you need to seek answers. You even get into depression. And then you come finally to accept the situation, and you take a pause and begin to replan. And then she went into the effects of uncertainties, what it will do to you as a business owner, especially as a leader in your business and your career. And then she said what you need to do is to keep being a learner. You don't stop being a learner, especially in moments of crisis. Keep learning new things. And then she went straight to talk about how do you now do all this. Number one, she said you should embrace uncertainty. It has come. The reality is it has come. So what you need to do is to sit down and think, take a step back and say, okay, what do I do? How do I go forward? The first thing she mentioned was you need to understand your vision, and then let your team members also understand your vision and your values, and then keep reinforcing them, because they will help you to stand strong in times of crisis. She mentioned having flexible goals that your team members can really navigate through. She mentioned you need to meet the uncertainty with deep understanding, and this involves new ways of thinking, new ways of doing things differently, updating yourself on industry news and trends, improving yourself, which is also part of the reskilling and upskilling Mr. Adeoti talked about, and getting competent teams. She has clearly explained how she was able to meet the target at the end of the year, the same year, 2020, and not the following year, because she had to develop competent teams in different communities and different places. She talked about not shutting down at all, which is a natural instinct, you know. Crisis has come, something sudden has happened you don't expect, and then you shut down. And she said if you do that, then the business dies. She kept on talking about that you should keep moving, keep building, you know, keep creating that structure, making sure everything is intact, because the crisis that has come has a date it started, and a date of expiration is also coming. Sorry, I wanted to say praise the Lord now. Okay. Then she talked about research. You need to capture data, you know, business data, what's happening in the field, what's going on, and then you use that data to bounce back. She talked deeply about partnerships, networking, and finally she talked about getting a business mentor and how critical that was to building her business and standing strong. Thank you once again, Mrs. Majekodunmi. God bless you. Our last presentation is on the place of mental health in career development. I know we've been talking about transition careers, progressing your career, you know, and these are mega trends in the job market and in the business market as well. And if somebody is wondering, why are we bringing mental health into it? You use your mind, you use your brain. You know, that's the first place, you know, that you look at when you want to develop anything in life, even when you want to move forward. And we know that in the last few years, mental health has come onto the hot burner, and it's still there. And a lot of things have been happening to individuals, happening to businesses, you know, and then when you trace it backwards, it gets back to the person's mindset, understanding, and the way the mind is working at that moment, and different things and experiences and challenges that the person has come across in that person's community. And that's why we know that mental health has a fundamental place in progressing or improving or developing your career as a person, whether you are a working class or you are an entrepreneur. Is still quite valuable. I have something I found online here. It says an estimated 20 to 30% of our population are believed to suffer from mental disorders. Doctor will correct me later. Which is barring meaningful engagements and career progress. Research has shown that mental illness is on the rise in Nigeria, depression being the most common, with a higher rate among young adults. With varied causes, and this is really affecting business, you know, and the progress of people's career. Before we welcome Dr. Ndupu, I would like to briefly read her profile while the comms team project her picture on the screen. Dr. Ogonnaya Ndupu, aka Naya Ndupu, has MBBS, UNILAG. You know, we know MBBS is the doctor's degree, but I really don't know what. What is the doctor's degree? Correct, thank you. She has FMCP Psych, MP from UNILAG, and MSc Psych, that should be psychology, right? Yes. From UK. She is the CEO and medical director of Lifecrest Medical Services and Hospital, located somewhere in Ikota Villa Estates in Lekki Ekpe Expressway. Dr. Ndupu is a consultant psychiatrist and behavioral professional. She's actually a consultant in Lagoon Hospital, Critical Rescue International, Vedic Life Care Hospital, Hospital for Trauma and Surgery, and Lifecrest Rehabilitation Center. Dr. Ndupu is a public speaker and a member of Board of Trustees of the Behavioral Health Institute. She's an on-air personality and the host of Mind Clinic with Dr. Naya on Inspiration FM 92.3. I don't know if anybody has. Yeah, please clap for Dr. Ndupu, please. She has featured on notable media stations such as Arise TV, Channels Television, and many more. She's as a guest speaker on mental health related issues. She has also featured on My Beautiful Mind series and Dust to Dew novel written by Betty Irabo. Please put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Ogonnaya Ndupu. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be standing on the already existing protocol. I want to thank this organization for inviting me. When it comes to mental health, that's what I'm passionate about. Mental health is not, we haven't made enough noise about our mental health in this part of the world. It's never been priority. Even in recent times, I heard us talk about COVID, and I know that COVID was a wake-up call for most people. So if you were not aware of your mental health, it made you become more aware and pay attention to things you never did. Please, I would like the person at the back who is controlling the slides to go to the 11th slide. 11, the colored ones. Move, move, move. And I will, yes, no, go back. Yes, that. I will appreciate if you spend like 1 to 2 minutes on the slides when I'm talking. Now, on that slide, for those of you who can see, there's a mental health spectrum. Without telling me, try and place yourself somewhere. Are you in the gray area? Or are you just coping in that yellowish segment? Or there's really a struggle? Or it's the confirmed deep red, meaning you belong to the spectrum of people who are unwell. You don't want to talk about mental health, but you must talk about mental health. Thank you, Dr. Bowen, for saving the first for the last. Yes. We want to go with the mega trends. We want to thrive. Where's the place of all that if you're not mentally stable? Think about it. Sadly, like I said, we don't pay much attention to mental health, unlike how we pay to our physical health. If you had physical health challenges, you are not in a state to talk about business or focus on that, giving your best at the business or the job you're doing. So that's why I said they had saved the first for the last. Everything. To put every other thing my co-speakers had talked about in better perspective, you need to start from my department. So really, where are you on the spectrum? Okay, let's go back to slide 1. Let's start the business of today. What really is mental health? Mental health, I've heard people say, I don't have a mental health. I laugh. Everyone has a mental health. People think mental health is mental illness. No, it's not. Mental health is being defined at World Health Organization as a state of well-being that enables you as an individual to realize your potential. Mr. Adeleke kept talking about things like that, knowing what you are capable of. You know when he talked about your assessment? Yes, self-assessment. Mental health helps you to realize your potential and your abilities as an individual. It helps you to work productively. It's one thing to work, it's another thing to contribute. You know, right? I've seen people who present to me, parents will say, he's in school, in quotes, you appear to be working in school, but we are not seeing results. You are not making progress. So don't get carried away that, because I'm working. You may be working, but you're not contributing. You know, it's like you're moving on one spot. There's no progress being made. And then the last arm of that will be how coping with daily stressors. Do you realize your potential? Are you working productively? Are you contributing? And are you able to cope with your daily life stressors? This definition was given by World Health Organization. There is no health without mental health. Mental health still remains the integral component of health and well-being that underpins our individual and collective abilities to make decisions, to build relationships, and to shape our world. Everyone, like I said, has a mental health. And when it comes to mental health, it's important that every stage of our lives, from childhood to old age, mental health has to do with your emotional, psychological, and social well-being. Let me break that down. What I mean about mental health is all about how we think, how we feel, and how we act or behave. Those three things. For the layman, how am I thinking? How am I feeling? And how am I acting? Now, in the definition of World Health Organization, where I talked about you realizing your potential, working productively, contributing, and coping with everyday stressors, a clause to that definition says that mental health, that mental health is more than the absence. So you think you are mentally well because you have not been diagnosed with a disorder. That's inaccurate. For reasons most of us we know, you have not been diagnosed because you have been in denial. You have avoided us. But it doesn't rule out the fact that the spectrum I showed you, in your heart of hearts, you can rate yourself. That's the truth you tell yourself when nobody's there. Because eventually you would understand that, come to think of it, when Dr. Naya lives here, your mental health is your responsibility. I've done my contribution. It's either you wake up to it or you remain in denial. Now, that would make us move from mental health to really what are mental health disorders, or you want to call it illnesses. Disorders just mean a dis in order. So you know something is going well, but there's a confusion somewhere. It's not well aligned anymore. That's what it means to us as doctors. So every time they tell you that you have a thyroid disorder, it just means that your thyroid gland is not functioning as it should. You have a hormonal disorder. Your hormonal profiles are not, they're acting up. The hormones we see high now shouldn't be high at this time in your life, and vice versa. So mental health disorders would mean that mental health in an abnormal state of mind to a degree. The disorder for us is when it's creating dysfunctioning in that person. Dysfunctioning could be in terms of career, your productivity. It could be in terms of relationships. It could be in terms of, now relationship may have to do with myself and Dr. Bowen. Sometimes relationship is me and myself, you know, right? How you relate with yourself, even when nobody's there. There may be a problem with that. Because when you see me, I begin to neglect my personal hygiene. I'm looking tattered. There's a problem. It's not having to do with you. It's me and myself. We are the ones that, are not well aligned. So that's why when I said it's a disorder. Now, it varies. It poses a serious danger to the person's own, like I said, or to others' safety and relationships. Sometimes it seriously diminishes the capacity of that person to care for themselves. I had just talked about that. It's an abnormal state of the mind and can appear in more complex forms. By that, we mean in the forms of our thinking processes, where you have delusions, you have problems with your mood, or even your perception of things, or cognition. Cognition is just a medical term, so to say, for our thinking processes. Usually, mental health illnesses is when there's an ongoing symptom and it causes distress frequently, and it affects one's ability to function. You would understand why I have decided to focus on this aspect, because it's about you understanding what it takes to function, what it takes to be in the mega trend, what it takes to thrive. Now, it could influence, like I said earlier, it could influence the way you think, you behave, you relate with others. I know that we may not know so much about mental health, but every one of us seated here must have come across certain terms, maybe on the social media, on other forms of medium where people communicate. There are several terms people use, be it depression, be it anxiety, even be it bipolar. Some of you have also heard people talk about schizophrenia, eating disorder. There are so many on that list. Even PTSD. Now, because I had earlier said mental health has to do with, it affects every stage. So if I was seeing someone in adolescent, I was seeing a 13-year-old, 8-year-old, their challenges may differ from 84-year-old woman I'm seeing, because we all have mental health issues. Issues could happen to us at different level. I showed you the slide on the 11th slide to explain that there's a complex continuum when it comes to mental health. Where you move to, you could slide here, you could slide there. But what we try for is for us to be stable at a certain stage. Usually, we want to promote people being stable at the green section and not you tending towards the orange, the yellow, the orange, and to the red levels, because your mental health fluctuates. And they fluctuate as a result of life challenges. Yes. If you remember the definition I mentioned earlier on World Health Organization, your ability to cope with daily stressors. Think about it. What are daily stressors? A typical daily stressor in Lagos is movement. Lagos. Have I seen people who moved from Abuja? See, you know these states that are a bit liberal. When you come to Lagos, Lagos has an aggression that you must keep up with. Yes. Lagos, it has an aggression. That's why I'm laughing. You can't leave point A to point B, and if you get to point B without any drama, you thank God, this Lagos that we live. Do you go around and you just see people fighting in the middle of the road? People are frustrated. The stress level is high. Have I seen people who come into these states and they have adjustment issues? Yes. They can't keep up. They can't keep up. The next person, there's a hostile bus driver. Oh, there's one drama. You can't peacefully go to work. It's either you enter one chance. Things happen in this country. It's amazing. You see, and then every day you are able to go out successfully and you come back sane. Be grateful. What Lagos does, it helps you build your mental resilience. If you can't stand the heat, just leave Lagos, relocate. If not, you would learn to survive. And that's why people who have stayed in this part of the country long enough, they can almost survive anywhere. Drop them anywhere, because Lagos had built mental resilience for you. But there are people who are unable to cope. Those are daily life stressors. So imagine you are seated there and you know you have challenges coping with something as simple as jump a bus, drive your car from point A to point B. We haven't even come to the more complex ones, your job. We haven't gotten there. But the mere fact that little things like this are stressing you out, it's a pointer that something is going on. Now, you may be wondering that what determines, go to the determinants of mental health disorders. What determines mental health disorders? People have repeatedly asked me, go back. People have repeatedly asked me. 2 days ago, I was with someone and the person reached out to me and said, Dr. Ndupu, where is this coming from? What's the problem? Why is my relative experiencing this? And I took my time to break down and say, you know what? Nobody just develops mental health issues just like that. It's usually coming from a place of several factors. Could be biological, could be psychological, and could be social. Let me quickly run you through what that means. Biological for us means that, oh, maybe there's a history in my family. Let me give a typical scenario. I have an uncle, in quotes, if you say, I have a brother, I have an uncle or a sister who has alcohol problem. It didn't just start. For us, that family history is significant. That's the role of family history. Oh, I have a child who has a Down syndrome. For me as a psychiatrist, that is a significant mental health history in that family. Something is happening. So that's the role of biology, the biological factors. In addition to that, we know that there are chemical imbalances happening in the brain. That explains nearly all psychological problems people present with. There's a background to that. What we call neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitters, like I said earlier, hormonal levels. Neurotransmitters are substances, you want to call them substances. There are these things in the brain that send messages. So sometimes they may be malfunctioning. Your dopamine may be low, your serotonin may be low, dopamine excessive. You may present with a certain symptom. So that's the much about biological factors. When you go to psychological factors that may cause you to have a mental challenge, what are these factors? They vary. Your personality. What's your personality? Your personality is a function of nature and nurture. A child growing up in a certain environment is setting that child up for a certain personality traits. Some have great values. Some personality traits may be a challenge, maybe a risk factor for a mental illness. What are the other psychological issues that may predispose or make you more vulnerable? They are events. Think about it. Stressors, psychological stressors, traumas, childhood events. You think these things are not important. They are relevant. And they differ for each person. They usually come back later in life to revisit your mental health. When you think you have, when we know that they were not well addressed, as you progress in life, they show up. And the last factor, I've talked about them in 3 groups. I've talked about the biological in few words. I've talked about the psychological. Yes, talking about the psychological, you see people who had a cause to interview someone, and I said, before the onset of this symptom, can you describe this individual? And I was told this individual is introverted, no friends. I said, that's a challenge already. That's a setup for that person. So I'm not surprised 10, 15 years later, they're tending towards a certain pattern. The last factor is social. Social is what I just talked about earlier. Social may just be environmental issues. Lagos is stressful. There's flood. I woke up in the morning, I was swimming in water. All these small things that happen around. My job is stressful. I barely make enough to pay my transport. These, that. These are the social factors. Social factors could also mean relationship issues, financial issues. Think about them. Disaster, whether we like it or not. There are people in this country internally displaced. Whether natural, whether man-made disasters, but they are suffering. Their mental health is being impaired as a result of these social factors. Now, let me relate your mental health to your work. Just as work can impact on your mental health, so too can your mental health affect your work, impacting your job performance. It impacts your job performance and your productivity. We agree, after we have listened to both speakers earlier today, we can all agree that your career development is an essential element of your mental health that positively affects your well-being, and is vice versa. So you find that when your career is progressing as it should, it has a positive impact. If you have a mental health not doing well, it also negatively impacts on your career progression. So as a person passionate about their career development and retention, we need to continue to be productive and to support ourselves the best way possible. You owe it to yourself and to your career to be well. You owe it to yourself. That's what I said earlier. After I leave here, that's on you. How much have you benefited to help yourself going forward? Knowing that I need my brains, I need to be in a good place mentally to be able to function. What are the statistics? Even though we don't have as much statistics in Nigeria, we know that 1 in 4 of us seated here has experienced a mental health issue or will experience a mental health issue. She's actually laughing at one point of their lives or the other. It is true. It's even underreported. Every 4, one of you. What that means is that at some point in their lives, most of us in this room probably will fall in the age group of 20s to 45. So you still know this is the productive age. And we are telling you that 1 in 4. In the workplace, it's given about 1 in 6. Dr. Bowen, to emphasize on what you talked about, you said the statistics. Yes, recent research has said about 30% of Nigerians have mental health issues. You know how we started with mental health. You know what we're talking about, issues, challenges. A population of over 200 million. Do the maths. So the man you see in the bus, the person by the roadside, may not be too far from these statistics. They may just have been overwhelmed with some of these pressures I will talk about. It said that 4 in 5, that's about almost 80% of employees in Nigeria, have an increased risk. Do you agree? I know that. If it's not a toxic workplace, it's a horrible boss. If not, I know. Yes. Now, yes. You see, when I was talking about mere transportation, I said you've not even come to the more complex ones, working, trying to be productive, and somewhere, somehow, some things are not going right. That's why they have. So if we say 5 people in a workplace, 4 of them may be dealing with issues. I don't need you to think too far and think that what Dr. Naya is saying is that the person is hearing voices or be schizophrenic. No. It may just be anxiety. Now we're all fledgling. It's public holiday. The minute you know that this holiday is over, some of you start having palpitations. You start thinking, hey, Omo, why do you think that when it's Friday, everybody's happy? Yeah, I know. That's a pointer. Yes, I need that job. However, there's something that job is doing to me. Maybe my supervisor, maybe my manager. This person just upsets me. Remember, mental health. How am I thinking? How am I feeling? How am I behaving? You see some people, when they get to work, I'm sure if you check their blood pressures, it's high. Because I don't even know what they will say I've done today. They just give you targets. You know, these things. It doesn't, see, whether you're an entrepreneur, you work for someone, it's the same challenges. Bukola was sharing her experience and I was laughing. I said, as if Bukola had gone through my notes. She was telling you how she went through panic, she entered depression. Like she said, you may not be able to run away from all this uncertainty, these challenges. You can't isolate yourself and say, I won't go to work. You can't say, okay, it's easier, like some people would say, if you work for someone, you can be sure payroll to month, your payrolls will drop. If you own your own business, are you going to close the shop? So you know having a business comes with its own challenges. The pressure of paying salaries, and then sometimes you have some, let me borrow Bukola's term, some gangster staff. They will stress you as an entrepreneur. They are they are everywhere. You can't run away from that. So if you think the safe place is, I'll go to a paid employment, be sure it goes well. Yes. Any which way, you will choose one. So really, what are we saying? How are we supposed to work, be productive, despite these high statistics we see? We'll talk a bit about it. So what are the signs? I had started talking about the signs. Don't think, see, the mistake a lot of people make, when you hear mental ill health, you just zone off, you shut down. You think that we are talking about the man on the street who is speaking from the trash. That's the mistake people make. I'm sorry to disappoint you. That percentage, I'm not sure they're up to 10%. In practice, I don't even see that much. The ones I see more are the anxieties. I can't sleep. I can't handle this stress from work. And what does it look like when it comes to work? Sometimes it could be uncharacteristics. You have low levels of engagements. Everything I'm saying applies to being an employee or even owning a business. Do you know that there are sometimes you notice that my motivation, I'm not aggressive towards giving feedbacks or something to my clients and all that. You just notice that there's a low level of engagement. It could even mean a decrease in productivity. You're assessing yourself. You don't need someone to say you are not being very effective. Those may be signs suggestive. It could also be disinterest in work, in your business. I'm sure entrepreneurs will tell you that they've had some of those moments when they are low, their drive is low, particularly if the business is not yielding as fast as you expect it to, or it's coming with a lot more challenges than you envisaged. You begin to experience disinterest in daily activities. Sometimes there are increased changes in your working pattern or decreased. Don't think that an increase in working pattern is a good thing. It may be suggestive of something wrong, where you suddenly become excessive. It looks more like the reverse of being depressed, when things are slow, appear a bit retarded, but in this case, too many ideas, too much energy. What we call a manic phase, a manic episode. That may be happening. Sometimes you also notice a sudden withdrawal from social situations. These are just the everyday things we talk about. When it gets more complex, we begin to have the irrational fears, the paranoia. Some people move over to settle for substance use. Now, we go back to our 11th slide again. Where are you on that slide? The good thing about this slide is that you can actually shift regardless of where you think genuinely you are. I would explain what those categories mean. You can actually move. And if you have this at the back of your mind, you know where you fluctuate. You know when you can actually be intentional and say, I want to remain on this aspect. The slide after it, please, it tells you where you are on the continuum. Please go back, yes. Can you zoom in a little more? So you see what healthy looks like. Healthy for us looks like normal mood fluctuations. You're calm. You take things in your stride. You have good sense of humor. You're actually performing well. You actually not just appear, but you are really in control mentally. You sleep well. You're resting. You may have a few sleep difficulties, but it's no big deal. It's not lasting too long. Energy level, everything is looking good. When that starts changing, that's what you see. You know now, if you remember the first spectrum, so you see the color is getting brighter. Now you're exhibiting more nervousness. Some people sadness. Some people procrastination. Some people difficulty concentrating. Forgetfulness. It's suggesting something is going on. Inability to sleep. Decrease in socialization. If you move to the next column, irritability is now getting to anger. A higher degree. Yeah. It's beginning to get a clearer picture. Anxiety, negative attitudes. fatigue, avoidance, withdrawal. You keep saying substance. So substance for me just means that someone who may not be using substance before begins to use substance, or someone who was using substance occasionally, it becomes a habitual pattern. At what point do we say, please, the last column, at what point do we say things have gotten worse? The red. You see how irritability moved to anger. Anger now moves to outbursts, episodic outbursts, aggression. Do we see this? It's true. These are not textbook stuff. These are real things that happen. Excessive panic. We all have anxiety. However, there's an extent that prevents you from functioning. If you have tremors, you have palpitations, you think you're having a heart attack, that's panic that has become paralyzing for that individual. Brings me back to what I said, inability to function, creating a dysfunction. That's why you see, can't perform duties, can't control behavior, can't concentrate. And commonly, what do we see? They present as physical illnesses. So I would rather go to a doctor and say, I keep feeling tired, loss of interest, and I want the doctor to investigate and look for other possible causes. But no one is thinking of the mental health. This is the progression, how it goes. Now, to the next slide that talks about how to avoid mental health challenges. Are mental health challenges avoidable? What do you think? Sorry? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They are avoidable regardless whether you have a family history, regardless of your personality, traits, or predisposition. It starts from know thyself. Don't do past yourself. Yes. I keep making references to what the other speakers have said. Bukola said something about, what was this thing she mentioned that I was like, good points. You need to know what is within my control, what is out of my control. COVID was out of our control. Regardless, uncertainty will happen. You can't wish it away. Knowing thyself means I know my thresholds, I know my limits. Knowing thyself means I have been under a lot of stress lately. I should be able to recognize it. Knowing thyself means this is a change from what I used to be. Knowing thyself for me means I am more irritable than I used to be. I have difficulties concentrating. We need to take steps to understand and know yourself. That will help motivate you. You need to know what motivates you, what your principles are, what are your values, what are your personality types or traits, and your mental vulnerability. Now, you know when we say in medicine that there's a family history of high blood pressure, there's a family history of diabetes, it doesn't mean, hear me and hear me well, if they say your mom, your dad has this condition, it does not necessarily mean that you, X, Miss X or Mr. Y, would develop that condition. That history is relevant. But however, if you choose to live your life differently, so your dad had diabetes issue, and then you say, you know what, I'm going to live healthier, I'm going to exercise, I'm going to cut off too much carbohydrates, this and this, you would find that you may not come down with it. The same thing happens with mental health issues. Yes, the vulnerability, the predisposing factors are there, but if you choose to do something differently, you may be better off. Overall, knowing who you are makes your career progression a lot easier. While you're understanding your strengths and your weakness as regards your career progression, you equally need to understand yourself as regards your mental wellness. Where are you? Because your understanding of it it's vital if there's any derangements from your normal. Another thing I would talk about is practice self-love. Self-love is so easy. People think it's a big term. Be a bit gentle with yourself. It's okay to be vulnerable. You need to know that you are enough. Enough for us, being enough would mean that, oh, I understand my strengths and weaknesses. I can build on this. I can be better at this. It could also mean we tune out of the inner critics within ourselves. It's okay to permit ourselves to make mistakes. Our issues are when you don't learn from those mistakes. Sometimes you need to give yourself space, permission to experience difficult emotions. Bukola she was able to admit she had difficult times in business. It was happening. It helped her get over it. Sometimes you need to simplify your life. Declutter your agenda. Take a break. It's okay to shut down to rest. It's okay to say, I have taken in so much. I need to relax. I need to go slow. And very importantly, practicing self-love could also mean reaching out and asking people for help. That brings us to understanding the nature of stress. Stress for you may be different from me. We may both be in the same stressful environment. However, the experiences I have may differ from you. That takes us back to knowing ourselves. Your stress may be not sleeping well. Her stress may be difficulty concentrating. I'm not able to reply those emails. I'm tired. My motivation is dropping. It may be that. You may not be that person who is irritable, who has anger bursts. You may not. But however, there are things that have changed about your person. Another thing, I'll quickly run through that. Another thing is developing a coping strategy. People think coping mean use more substance, abuse more sleeping pills. That's not what I'm saying. Those are maladaptive coping mechanisms. If you think you have to drink, if you think you have to use a substance to stimulate you before you go to work, there is a problem with that. You are not addressing the issues how you should. Coping could just mean, take for instance, you have anxieties. Coping could just be exercising. Coping could be journaling. It helps you take note of what you experience and when you experience it. Coping could also be a positive thinking pattern. You begin to think differently. You know that you live so much in negativity, and that has delayed your progress, whether in your career or otherwise. And you begin to learn how to adapt new, healthier, positive coping mechanisms. Another thing you need to do is to practice emotional hygiene. What does that mean? It means prioritizing your psychological wellness. Are there things like failure, fear of failure, loneliness? It happens to the best of us, but we don't dwell. Please move to the next slide. But we don't dwell too much on that. These things happen, but you don't want to remain there because you need to move away from the negativity. And then I would say cultivate happiness. Play is good for all of us. It's a natural way to adapt, to remain flexible, to socialize, to self-regulate. We need to make out time for fun, creative activities. It helps to restore our well-being. Take out time to do what you live. I must emphasize healthy things that you love. It helps us nurture the inner child, improves our sense of humor, and all that. Sometimes we find out that these are things that help people stay mentally stable. They do well. Wellness is important. If you do not want to be in that spectrum where you're unwell, you need to pay attention. You may be seated here and be having some of your own challenges. It's okay. You may just not have had enough information over the years to do things differently. But you could start from you. You could start from today to get things right. If you're having mental health challenges, it's okay to find someone you trust who you can talk about it. It's okay to seek a professional. It's okay not to be okay. And not feel judged. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Don't let people cow you or make you shy away from owning up and saying, I'm not doing well. Could I take some time off? Taking some time off may not mean that you are going to be placed on medications. It may just mean shutting down. I don't want to look at work emails. All I want to do, sleep and rest well. And you come back and you are bubbling. Is there a place for other things? A good sleep, a good diet. They have their roles. They're equally important. We need to stay active. Practice mindfulness. Mindfulness just means being in the present now, here and now. We go around not being mindful. Being mindful even makes you more aware of your environment. You see things you have never seen. You may pass the same route every day, but you just do not pay attention. Suddenly, when you begin to pay attention, you begin to see things that, wow, was this building always there? Oh, there was even a flower here. I didn't notice. Yes. Because we are not mindful. So when you think of those little things, it just brings your mind to the now, and you begin to truly appreciate things that really matter. If you need to seek therapy, seek therapy. Like I said, it's your responsibility to take care of your mental health. And a final note, it's okay not to be okay. Please, can you project the last slide? And thank you for listening. I'm open to your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ogonnaya Ndupu. That was enlightening, quite informative. She started by saying mental health is not mental illness. It's just a state of mental well-being. Things around you that affect how you think, how you feel, and how you act. She mentioned types of mental disorders, which we already know. She mentioned anxiety, she mentioned depression, she mentioned bipolar disorder, and many more. She also talked about determinants of our mental health. There are in 3 categories. It could be a biological factor, it could be a psychological factor, and it could also be a social factor, which she actually elaborated upon very well. And then she talked about mental wellness and career, which is where the theme of today's program comes in, and also a kind of connection to the 2 previous presentations that we had, because she kept making references to what the 2 previous speakers talked about. And she said career development is very fundamental in maintaining good mental health. She mentioned the statistics, which are quite alarming. I am praying in my own heart that statistic will reduce very soon, because it's really, really alarming. Imagine having 4 in 5 employees having mental health issues in the workplace. It's quite alarming. She mentioned signs and symptoms of mental illness, and then she finally went to how to avoid mental health challenges. And she talked about you knowing yourself and being able to identify changes that have occurred in you over time, maybe in the way you think and the way you act and the way you feel. Talked about self-love, understanding stress, and developing strategies to cope with stressors. She also talked about emotional hygiene, having a psychological well-being. And then she finally talked about having good sleep, good diet, and practicing mindfulness, being fully aware of your environment wherever you find yourself. And then she said, please seek therapy if you need to. And I loved what she said finally. She said, it's okay not to be okay. Please put your hands together once again for Dr. Ogonnaya Ndupu. We have come to the very exciting part, question and answer session. I'm sure you've put down some of your questions for those of you on site, and for people online, I'm sure you've sent your questions to the number that was displayed on the screen and using the chat function. We'll take a 1 minute interlude, communication team. 1 minute interlude. You may stretch your feet. You may just say hello to someone beside you. All right, and then we'll change the anchor for today. Somebody else, one of my colleagues, Mrs. Olorutose Taiwo, will take the anchoring for the Q&A session. So, comes team, 1 minute.
We are all stay here. Fantastic sections. You agree with me? Please let's put our hands together. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Adeleke. Thank you so much, Mrs. Majekodunmi. Doctor, thank you so much. It's okay not to be okay. Sure. Right. Seriously. I need to hear that. Please put your hands together once more. Okay, so quickly we'll be taking the questions that we have online. Kindly write yours down, and then an usher will pick it up for me. So we're going to be starting with, is okay not to be okay? All right, before we go to them. Now, somebody said, my income is just too little at the end of the month. And then I get to do very little with it. And then it has taken away my sleep. What can I do?
I think that every time we recognize that there's a deficit, it's important we make time or create opportunities to make up for that deficit. One, I think you should tackle this issue from two angles. If your income, you like your job, whatever you do, it's too little to care for your needs, you may need to begin to look for a side hustle. You may think that it does not count, but over time, the pennies will make sense to you. So rather than just remain idle and then you live within that small means, look for something, no matter how little, it will make all the difference. Every time I hear people talk about sleep, I ask myself, let's take Monday to Fridays, I'm rushing off to the job. What do you do with your weekends? Sometimes you may need to really rest. Take every opportunity you have to create opportunities to rest, to make up for your sleep deficits. Because one thing we have realized, when there's prolonged deficits, you keep owing your body sleep. It will eventually tell on you. And going over the pharmacy to self-medicate is not the answer. If you have sleep issues that have really persisted, sometimes sleep issues could be a signal that there are other things happening. You may need to speak with a professional It may just be a regular, you've been sleep deprived, or it may be a sign that something else is going on, and they're in the best position to advise you on if there's a need to intervene. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together? This person says, my stressors are my direct blood relations, my parents. How do I cope with them? Can you imagine?
We all have them. You see, you don't choose families where you're born into. Rather than see them as negative, it's important you try and look for their strengths. Could they be stressful? I know that. I have been there. Now, how do they present? I hope I have the time to talk. How do these stressors come? They come in form of financial, repeated phone calls, repeated demands. You can take back your power. It's too much to give people that strength to be a stressor in your mental health. Taking back that power means, okay, repeated phone calls, repeated demands. Take it back and control the narrative. Controlling the narrative may be, this is how much I can provide. This is the way I can assist you. Trust me, it works. Sometimes, some years ago, I had to ask my mom, I said, these repeated calls, they are bad for my mental health. I'm sure you want me alive. She said, hey, I can't negotiate anything happening to you. That was a good way. I hear people very often tell me about family. And I say sometimes it's just for you to calmly communicate and say, you know what, these things, I don't like this call. My work is a lot of pressure. Can you allow me get back to you? Simple things. Don't call me during the day. Dad, Mom, I will reach over the weekend. Send me a text. Sometimes, simple strategies I use. I know that phone call, you never know the bang, 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 bang that you hear on the phone. I say, don't call, send a text. Text messages for me are soft landing. Yeah. So you're able to read, you're able to control, than being available to everyone. You can't throw your family away, but you must learn to cope with them. And you see, it's okay. Sometimes you need to be, it's not a bad thing. People always want to put themselves in this guilty place. So if I see that you are becoming a problem, unknowingly you are becoming toxic to me, you are stressing me mentally, I may just pull away from you. Regardless whether you're a family member, I may find out that proximity is the problem. So I keep a distance. It doesn't stop me from doing what I think I can do for you. At least it gives you time to recoup. It gives you time to keep your, as in to recover, and go back and say, this is the way our relationships can be better. And in worst cases, block them. Did you hear that? Yes. Briefly. You see, it's easy for me to say this, but when you get close to that red shade there, when you come out, nobody is going to advise you to do things different. No, when you get to that place where you know that I have been stressed mentally and you wonder, what have I become? Don't pray to get there. You see, so begin to manage these things now. It's not a good place to be. That red shade is a place where some people have become psychotic. By psychotic, I mean they have lost touch with reality. You are saying A, they are saying B. Exactly. Why would you? It's not worth anybody stressing you. So when you know that I have my mental health to protect, back to what I said, know yourself. Don't do more than yourself. And then you're able to communicate to family. I am sure no family member will want us to go down, whether mentally or physically. They will need you to be around because of the support they get from you. So if you talk to them in this way, trust me, experience has shown significant number will support. Significant will give the cooperation you want as against the other way. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We can do better. We can't throw our families away, right? We can't run away from them. All right, two more for Dr. Naya. I've tried too many times to succeed but failed. All I can see now is failure. How do I get out of it?
all you can see is failure. Let me tell you, failure could be termed as self-perception. Sometimes what you assess as failure, you may not have been very objective about it. Maybe you need to interact with someone. If I hear that I have repeatedly failed at something, I failed, I'm failing again, I am not learning. How many of us truly go back and take an appraisal? What did I do wrong? We don't. Let's tell ourselves the truth. I failed an exam. Nobody is there. Why did I fail? Me too, I knew I was not serious. I was not attending classes. We know, but we don't want to tell ourselves that. We want to attribute other causes. Every time you go back and search, there is something you may need to correct that you have not done well. And just see failure as an opportunity to get it right. You are not getting it right because you have not gone to the reason why you have missed it. And I can understand that having attempted and it didn't work out well may put you in a place mentally when you become pessimistic. You feel that I can't get it right. You need to speak to someone. I'm available. I made my number available. I can speak with you and know how I can help you. But that's not the end. Always see failure as, okay, I need to climb back. I need to go back and get it right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I think that will answer this question. This person said, Dr. Naya, you said we should get therapy, but it's expensive. Can you make recommendations? But I think she just did.
Yes.
She said her number is available. You can reach out to her. So I think that answers that.
Yes, and just to add to that, I know people talk about costs, but I know also online there are a few NGOs who give therapy for little or nothing. So you don't necessarily have to go to the very pricey ones. These services are available online. You could reach me. I know a few NGOs who are available, or sometimes they give therapy for little or nothing. You could make use of those services. So don't just get carried away and think that, oh, it's for the rich or something. You can still get something within your budget or something that goes for free. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please put your hands together. For this, I don't know. Let me just try it. It's still for you. How can one recover from PTSD? And the person actually cited 2 scenarios. He said, my phone was stolen from a bus, and since then, each time I'm in the bus, I keep checking on my phone uncontrollably. Then secondly, I dated someone who gave me a bad relationship experience. We've broken up. I heard that. We've broken up over a year now, but I still lack interest in getting into another relationship or even having a life partner at all.
Okay, the fact that, say the impact losing a phone had caused for that person, it tells me that this person has vulnerabilities to things adversely affecting them over a long period. You need to talk about it. Whether you like it or not, one way that people are able to recover is when you talk about their experiences. That's one solution to addressing PTSD. And the other way around PTSD, for those of you who don't know what PTSD means, it just means post-traumatic stress disorder. It's a type of anxiety. There's no big deal about PTSD if you see it as a type of anxiety. So that individual, because the phone was stolen, what has this done to that person? It has resulted in an anxiety that makes you check again, check again. Have they taken it again? You know? So that's an anxiety. And so if that person fails to follow those thoughts, he or she gets anxious. So the only solution is, I will keep checking, which is a problem. But like I say, it's a type of anxieties. Anxiety is manageable, yes. If you get the necessary help, talk therapy, and depending on who is seeing you, they could assess the severity. And sometimes some people may need to be on anti-anxiety medications. That I know are helpful, but not everybody will require that. So you can actually get help for PTSD. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together. Okay, I'm not really getting this too, so I'll just take this. I work in a place where the environment and working environment is not conducive, even in discharging duties. This affects the workers. How do we negotiate this?
Mr. Adeleke, I need your help before I put my inputs.
This person works in an environment that is not conducive. Then
They negotiate.
he didn't what?
How do they negotiate?
Probably talking to the management or calling the management attention to it.
Okay, so if the environment is not conducive, that can also result into mental health issue for you, as a person. And when doctor was speaking earlier and talking about, I think there was a point where you mentioned the career, and I whispered to Dr. Boel, and I said, at some point you may need to transit from some career to another. You get it now? So because you are doing something now, maybe because of the money, but what you are doing may kill you. Yeah, what you are doing may really be a source of stress or a stressor for you. Then you may need to be looking into what really fits you or what really will give you. Some people will leave a high-paying job to go pick another career that is a lower-paying job, but is giving them peace of mind. Do you get it now? So I recall there was an offer that I got in one of the very big, national outsourcing firm in Nigeria, and my wife was privy to this, so they made me an offer. When I saw it, it was a very tempting offer, but I didn't want to go. So I gave them very unrealistic salary just to put them off. I don't want to tell them that I do not want to come, but just to make them feel annoyed and go away. So I gave them that unrealistic salary. And about 1 week down the line, they sent me an email that the salary I gave to them, management has approved it, that I should come. So, and as I started running up and down, I said, see wahala. I said, I don't want to work. Is it by force? Because I realized after doing my own due diligence that the culture, in-house is not what I can cope with. At some point I realized that there may be a management meeting in the office, another management meeting will hold when the owners of the organization get home. And I said to myself, at my level, at my age, I don't want to be in this kind of scenario because it's going to be very impacting on me. It will take you down memory lane. Then you're going to be looking at yourself and you're like, okay, I was tempted because of money, but here I am and the thing is not working out. So if this thing is not really working out for you, you may have to decide to transit or to take a move. Just move out. You can do a career progression, which is you are progressing in that particular career, but in another company or in another industry. So, you don't have to die there, because there are some of these things you cannot negotiate some of this environment or internal culture, because everything does not depend on you, and if the owners or the founders of the organization did not see reasons into what you are discussing, it's just going to be a waste of time. So you have to count your cost and just take the best move. Dr. Obatu.
Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Adeleke. I remember like 2 years ago, I was on a radio show. We're talking about toxic workplace on my show, Mind Clinic. And someone called, and the person was almost in tears. And the person said, as you remember, it's a radio show, so I don't know who was calling, an anonymous caller. And this person sounded like female, shared her experience and said in her workplace, there's a cabal that they frustrate you. We're talking about how people have anxieties going to work. Do you know what happened in the course of that discussion on the radio? One of the people in this cabal called. Yes. I can't forget that experience. And he said, yes, what she said is true. We are the cabals in so-and-so organization. And I asked, and my co-presenter was surprised. We looked at ourselves. He said, yes. And they would continue what they are doing. At that point, I told that person, like he said, you may just need to throw in the towels and leave. Because at the end of the day, see it this way, is the work really worth your mental health? When you develop mental health complications, there's no cure. It has to be managed for life. So wait and see. There are organizations where you have the options of, from the way that note sounded, so it wasn't like this supposed toxicity or stress is me alone. Other people seem to be affected. I think you can come as a group. You may be stronger. Usually people are stronger as a group. Come as a group and express your concern in that organization. It may go two ways. They heed, they do not. You see, you're managing your expectations. It may be out of your control. You have done what is within your control. Oh, let's talk about it. We want to continue on this job. But if we see nothing is happening, that's a good opportunity to begin to transit, like he has said. That's my opinion on that. Okay. I know the uncertainty will come, but would you rather remain there? I don't think it's worth it, truly. Because I found out that places like that, it doesn't get better. And then so later, I see clients, and I've met people who said, it was on that job I developed this condition. Yeah. Yes. And today, they are clients. They are on treatment. And I ask, you are coming 5 years later, why did you stay on the job? Hey, Dr. Naya, the pay, the this. I said, okay, we are going to spend the money now. Wow. On your health. Yes. Yes. And because that person is able to look at themselves prior to taking up this employment, I have changed. I don't recognize myself anymore. That place may not be good for you. And that's you accepting what you cannot change and knowing the difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay, please, I won't be able to take all the questions, but after the event, please follow us on our social media handles. We will supply the questions that we'll be able to work with our facilitators to get responses to your question. I don't know this for doctor. This has to do with pregnancy. Okay. Is there any mental health issue that could be directly responsible for miscarriage, especially at 7 months?
Mental health issues. Mental health issues that could be responsible for miscarriage at 7 months. Let me quickly run through my head. The only mental health challenges we'll have is a mother whose mental health is impaired, such that she's not taking care of herself and her physical health deteriorates. Okay. Yes, now that's what I readily think about. Because when it comes to mental health, unlike physical health conditions, they don't cause casualties or mortality, you know what I mean, as in deaths and things like that. However, there's deterioration. So take, for instance, a mother who is not mentally stable or feeling well, she's neglecting herself, she's going on long, excessive fast. Which doctors will say, what's your business fasting? You are indirectly starving the child. However, what are other mental conditions that could affect a baby? Substance use in a mother. Is it possible to see mothers who use drugs? Yes, they may hide it, but they're using drugs. Cigarettes, cocaine, that you put the child, heroin, you put the child at a risk. And is that possible that it could lead to preterm labor and what have you? Yes. Not only will that happen, but it may also cause what we call congenital abnormalities, abnormal organs in the baby, in that child, that the child may not even survive if the child comes down earlier than they should. Or even when the child is taken to term, the child may never really be themselves. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, doctor. I think we need to allow you rest for now. Please put your hands together. She'll be able to address other questions online, you know, so just follow us on our social media and now this is for Mrs. Majekodunmi. I think this person wants to know how to get a mentor for their choosing field, and then you also want to know if it's safe to have multiple business mentors.
All right, thank you very much. So before I answer these questions, I just want to add to what Dr. Naya mentioned to the lady that mentioned that she's done businesses, but all she sees are failures. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, so the first thing is, those failures are not real failures. They are experiences. Okay, so you just got 2 different opportunities to learn how not to do business. So they are not failures. What you've done is, now you got a BSc in business, and then you got an MBA in business. So the first one was the beginning. The first business I did failed completely. So I just got out of school, trying to wait for somebody to employ me. So I would do this temporary jobs and all that. And then the money I saved, I put in a business, in jewelry business. So I was buying jewelry and Guinea brocade. I'll go to Benin Republic. And then, I was hustling, So I would go to Benin Republic, buy all of these things and bring back to Nigeria. And so the first set of people that I sold to were family and friends. You people know yourselves, Abby. So there were family and friends, and some of them very elderly. I could not go and harass them to pay. So the first error is I gave them on credits. So because I was really excited about starting this business and getting customers and all that, so I gave them out on credit. So they didn't pay on time. And, so maybe they will pay, then I'll go. I think I made like 2 or 3 trips, and then the business collapsed. And for a few years, long years after that, I kept saying to myself that I could not do business because that particular one had failed. The lesson that I learned is that I don't know how to ask people for money. So I don't know how to do it. I still don't know. But guess what? I have accountants that do the work for me. Over this week, there was a particular client that's been owing us and saying he wants to see MDM. I didn't answer him because when I get there, he'll be telling me how sorry he is and I will not ask for the money. So what I did was I ensured that I did not attend any of the meetings. I was always out of town, quote unquote. So I ensured that the people that were responsible for collecting money, whose KPI is to collect the money, to go there and collect the money. And they did what? They collected the money. Because I don't know how to do it. So when I sit, they're saying things that I know my competence, I know what I can do, and I know that I've learned, that I don't know how to ask for my money. So it's not like you're failing or anything. You just learned experiences. Like the doctor said, articulate what those learnings are. What did you do wrong? I know for a fact that I don't know how to collect money. So I find people that can collect the money on my behalf. So just to address that. The second thing is mentors. Now, before you say you want mentoring, in what area do you need these mentors? So when I went into this particular program, because they will ask you, what are you looking for in mentoring? So I wanted investment readiness, right? I wanted investment readiness. I wanted to put more structure in my business, and I wanted to be ready for international expansion. So in articulating that, the program was able to match me with the person that has the capabilities to help me. So the first thing is articulate what you need, what areas, and for what reason you need your mentors, right? Mentoring, you can approach people. It's always better to have, real life mentors. It's not the ones that we see online and everywhere else, because what you are looking for is one-on-one. So the people can mentor you from afar. Maybe you read their books. Maybe you listen to them speak, so they can mentor you from afar. But when it is very specific, there are organizations that actually have mentoring programs that you can get on. So you fill the forms, tell them what it is that you want, and then, but again, there might be people that are within your circle. So you approach them, but you have to articulate what you want and be disciplined, to engage and get onto that mentoring program, because you also have to understand that who is mentoring you also is pouring into you. So I've had different organizations that have actually given me opportunity to be mentored because I had articulated what I needed for that particular journey. And yes, you can have different mentors, but make sure that they are for different things. I hope that answers your questions. Thank you.
Mr. Adeleke, you want to add up to that? Okay, so another person wants to know what are the features you should see in a mentor before you go for that person.
Okay, so thank you so much. I was going to say that, okay, so let me start from where Mrs. Bukola stopped, just to add to knowledge. You know, sometimes you are people that are far away. So many of these guys are actually role models. So there's difference between a mentor and a role model. A role model is somebody that you want to mirror yourself to be like, you know, so maybe you read their books, you study the way of life. They may be in Jamaica, they may be in America, whatsoever, you just, you know. But a mentor, you have a one-on-one relationship with the person, just like Mrs. Bukola mentioned. And let me quickly drop this before we look into the characteristics, you know, of a mentor. I have found out that in our climb in Nigeria, many a times we abuse relationship and we abuse opportunities. Please, your mentor is not to be giving you a transport allowance. No, I'm telling you, that this is where we get the majority of these things wrong. Then you anytime you see your mentor, you have that opportunity. You are telling your mentor all your problems. How they have not paid you salary since 2 months ago. How your mommy have done this to you. So when you have that kind of a space, please, I beg you, as young professionals, don't abuse privileges. Don't abuse opportunities. Right? Madam Bukola said something. See, take these guys very, very seriously. They don't have time. Your mentor is not to be running after you. You're not ready. Mentors, they don't have time. You need to be up and running and be chasing your mentor. So when the guy gives you an opportunity to say, you know what, catch me up tomorrow, 7:30 a.m., this place or this function. And you look at 7:30 a.m., sir, I can't meet 7:30 a.m. Should I see you later in the evening? He knows that this one is not ready for mentoring. So there is no excuse when it comes to you and your mentors. You need to, because it's a one-on-one relationship, right? And it must be somebody that will be able to speak the truth to you, you know, so that you will not be like defensive. Now, being a pastor, I advise people, right? Try and get a mentor of the same gender. It's always better, so that we don't have to hear story that touches. You get. So a male, a female. Because there are some things you may want to say as a female. If the guy is a male, he will not understand. That's the truth. But being a female, you can, even if you're not expressing yourself, but being a female mentor, the female mentor will understand that you think you're smart. You get it now. So that's it. So a mentor must know more than you. It must be knowledgeable. Then just like what Madam said, you cannot have a mentor for every sphere of your life. No, it's not working that way. You can have a financial mentor. Then you have mentor for religious matters. You have mentor for career. So one person does not know it all. So you need to determine in your mentor his area or her area of competencies for you to say, oh, I want you to mentor me in this area. So when you go approach a mentor, right, please take it with all seriousness. The person must know more than you, right? Then the mentor must be somebody that has time, that will be able to create time for you. If your mentor does not have time for you, right, is it that somebody is getting something wrong? Is it that you think that you are in a mentoring program, or the mentor is saying that this one I don't have time for? So there is no alignment. So the mentor must have time for you, right? Must create time for your development. The mentor must be able to build interest, right, in your development, in putting value into you. And your mentor, many a times, they will give you assignments. These are areas where they want to test you. Once you are not coming back with assignments, forget it. You are not in any mentoring program. You have lost the person because you don't have time. No, I will not mentor someone and one assignment, two assignment, you're not answering me. Or when we say, I get to work, it is I don't get to work. You know that kind of a thing. So, and that is the way. So, please, because this generation, we take quite a lot of things for granted. We just feel that, last, everybody go chop breakfast. You know those kind of things that you people say. We just feel that we just roll. So, no. Cherish time. Cherish privileges to be in the space, in front of these people. Don't ever take those things for granted. Once you demonstrate those values, one day it is even that your mentor that will recommend you for an opportunity. And that's the way it works. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Adeleke. Okay, Mrs. Majekodunmi, somebody has an idea for a business idea focused in the insurance industry. He wants to know how to get partners or people to invest into this business.
That's a very random question, okay? Because, so the first thing is, you're asking around investment, right? So you have a business idea, and you're looking for people to invest. Okay. So the first thing is, this idea, you've checked all of the boxes. Yeah. So once you finish it, part of the box that you have to check is finding investors. And there are different levels. The first thing is, before I go to maybe somebody that is outside of my area of influence. So first, the people that are within my influence, okay, that are within my circle is a good place to start. It's insurance is very, very industry specific. You might need to go online, make a list, get a list of different companies and begin to share maybe top line ideas of what this particular business idea is about, so you don't give them the whole business idea. So you have to maybe set up meetings, follow up, do some blue casting and, eventually get it, because that question is very, very random. So if you have a particular business idea, you want to pitch to people in that same industry, you have to first maybe go into the industry or look around for people that are within your circle to see how they can help you get it. But you really have to first do the groundwork. I hope that helps.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together. Okay, Mr. Adeoti, this person said to transition and progress career effectively, you need to package a good CV. Please, Mr. Adeoti, can you explain the difference between a CV and a resume?
A CV and a resume, that's an internet correction.
Yeah, they are internet people.
CV, curriculum vitae, resume, is the same thing. It's just the same thing. However, to transition effectively, right? Or to progress your career effectively. What we tell people from my own industry, it's good to have a very good CV. As a matter of fact, you have people who render these services online. How to help you write a captivating and a catching CV, right? But what is most paramount is that you are able to defend the CV, right? Because we see sometimes, several years ago, I was in an interview panel and my boss, who was my MD then, got a boy recommended to her to work with maybe PTDF or NNPC interview. So the guy was recommended by one of the very top guy from NNPC. So when this guy got to the interview, we started checking his CV. Very impressive CV. So because I was not really, my boss has been in the oil and gas for years. So I was just looking at the project that this guy claims that he has done. One of those projects was actually project managed by my boss when she was working with Netco. Netco was, subsidiary of NNPC as at that time. before they changed it to NNPC or Netco NNPC, before they unbundled the whole thing. So my boss was now asking him that, can you tell me a bit about this project? So he started saying the whole thing that he knew. I said, but do you know the project manager of this particular project? He was mentioning other names. And my boss said, you know what? By the time I did this project, you were just entering into 100 levels university. And he claimed the project in the CV. So a whole lot of people do copy and paste. You just go and look at something that is good, you copy and paste. Don't copy and paste anything on your CV if you cannot defend those competencies. Everything that is written on your CV represents you. And an interviewer looking at it will want you to be able to defend those competencies. So just be plain. Be plain. Anybody that is looking at you, sometimes it may be because of just a line job activity in your CV that may be the consideration. So let's say, for example, you've been in sales, you've been working in sales, business development for years, and one of the functions on your CV may be customer profiling or keeping customers' records. It may just be that function that may really be the major consideration for the interviewer to take you to the next level. Not necessarily that, oh, I have to have a superlative CV, then you cannot defend it. Because you just make a mess of yourself. So whether you are transiting or you are progressing, whatever is going to be on your CV or resume, as you will call it, make sure you can defend what you are presenting to the interviewer. Because that speaks a lot about your value and the kind of person that you are.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, there's a question here. What's the role of finances in career progression? Looking at the poverty indices in Nigeria. The role of what? Finance in career progression.
Looking at the poverty index in Nigeria. So I don't understand. Is this person saying that... is this person saying that because there may not be available resources, financial resources for training,
I think that's what online.
How do you now progress your career?
Yes.
There are free courses online, right? There are free courses online that you can take advantage of. As a matter of fact, the website that we considered for career fit websites, they are all freeways. So there are free courses on LinkedIn. So whatever career, but I will advise, before you go to progress your career whatsoever, go and do your career fit test first and be sincere with yourself. Don't want to be something that you like. Just express yourself. Anyway, there's no way you can outsmart those questions, because some of those questions are coming as pictures, asking you which of these pictures best describe your typical day, so you will not be able to lie anyway. Do you get it now? Now, when you get the results, right, and you are very satisfied with what you want to do, go online, go on LinkedIn. There are several courses. Go on Google. There are several courses. And Coursera too has some free courses. Just go and develop. See, this life and this age that we are, right? You do not have any excuse not to develop yourself. So before you begin to talk about finances, maybe that is when you are talking about certifications. Now, when you get to that point where you need to get certified, right? You know we are children of God. God will make a way. That's it.
All right. So this person says, how can you advise someone which is to transit into the consulting field as a management consultant? Okay, I think it's about navigation. So.
Yeah. That's still career transition. Well, there are some courses that me too, that I like. I like to be a pilot. When I was younger, those days when you are younger, they say, what do you want to do? You first of all start with maybe every kid then wanted to be a doctor. Then after a while, when you see one or two doctors that they are, doctor, I'm sorry, man. But sometimes I don't want to be a doctor again. I want to be a pilot, you know. And after a while, I want to be an astronaut, and so on and so forth, you know. So this is not about, oh, I want to be this. Where is your interest in all of these things that we're saying? Where is it lying? You know, one of the things that when I did my own test, it has a list of about 27 careers that you can pick from. It's a whole lot. I think one of them was maybe ushering job or something like that. I'm telling you, I saw administration, and everything I've been doing, I've been seeing administration. So I knew that this was correct, right? So it's not about what you like. It's about, it's not about what you want to do. It's about where your interest lies. So if your interest is in management consulting, right, which we do at Philips. So I work for Philips Consulting, Philips Outsourcing. So then go do the test. Once you are done with the test, you can take Thomas International Personality Profile Analysis as well. These are HR tools that can help you to really skill down on where your capabilities are. And once you can match your capabilities with your interest, go ahead with what you want. Now, it is not about money. Because once you do what you like to do, and you have competencies in those things. You know, some of us, we like to play football. It doesn't mean that you can play football. You get it now? If they put you at Messi now, you will see what you're doing. Do you get it now? So, but you like to play football, but you may not know how to play football. Do you get it now? So, once your interest matches your capability, please go ahead, because money will come after. That's what it means.
Let's put our hands together. I like that part. Money will come after. All right, so quickly, we'll go to another thing that we have on our agenda. Then I'll just come back to wrap this up. Media, if you can have like a minute break, then I can have the communication team take over from me. And then I'll come back to wrap this up in 3 minutes. Thank you. If you're a job seeker online or a job seeker on site, we're going to display some websites on the screen for you where you could actually go and drop your CV, courtesy of Mr. Adeleke Adeoti. I think the media team they are ready now. You can come and take over the moderation.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's time for us to select our winners of our referral challenge. So we conducted a referral challenge where we asked everyone to come in here with at least 5 friends. So you're going to win 6 weeks of paid training in a highly sought-after skills to become either a digital analyst, digital marketing specialist, financial analyst, product manager, Scrum Master, UX designer, and venture capital analyst. So if you came here with 5 of your friends as instructed, please kindly indicate. Okay, no one? Okay, if you came here with 4 of your friends, kindly indicate. Great. 4? Can we have them, can you indicate them? Yeah, no. Yeah. 4. Yeah. Mas, just keep standing. That's right. Yes. Just one person. 4. Okay. So I think that's it. One person. Please, let's have the 4 people stand up. Let's have the 4 people stand up with yourself. With you making 4. Okay, with you making 4. Okay, so let's move. Which means you came with 3 people with you making 4. All right. Okay. So what about you? Are you standing up with her? Okay. All right. So you came with 3 people, stand up, so you can now stand up. So yeah, you and 3 other people that came with you can now stand up. So 3 people making 4. Okay, so I think only one person came with 3 people. All right, thank you. Sit down, please. Sit down. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means we have 4 people. I guess we can just wrap that up. So let's give a big round of applause to Madam. Can we have your name? Ma? Can I have your name, ma?
Okay, I'm Adeleke Adeoti.
Adeleke Adeoti. Thank you so much for participating in this competition. So I think that rounds that up for us. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
Thanks. We would like to present Mrs. Majekodunmi's books to those who... and then, sorry, Mrs. Majekodunmi, there were 2 people who answered one question while you were presenting. Somebody... No, apart from the first 2, there are some 2 people you asked one question. The guy answered here and the lady answered here. But you didn't indicate if they should also get. They should get. So there are 4 of them then. I can't remember the question you asked, but... Yeah, the question was from the case study you took. Okay, yeah, it was from this case study you gave. There's a guy here that answered the question also. Is the guy still around? No, not him. No, you can start. Yours was the first one. Correct. So can 4 of you please come forward while she presents the book to you all? Can you stay on the straight line beside her so we can take photographs? Okay. Photographs, Mrs. Majekodunmi. Okay. We would like to say a very big thank you. First to the creator of heaven and earth, the Almighty God, who made today possible. He also made it possible for us to come in here healthy, strong, all right, and to be able to listen, to assimilate, to understand, to take down notes. We give him all the glory. We are grateful to God Almighty. I want to say a big thank you to our founder, Apostle Folorunso Alakija, who put this initiative together. We're really grateful to God for how God is using her to do so many things in the lives of vulnerable women and children, widows, children, orphans, and then the teeming youths across the nation. And then my thanks goes to our awesome facilitators, our seasoned speakers, our international presenters. In fact, you agree with me that they did a great job here today. Thank you, Mr. Adeleke Adeoti, and thank you again for the CVs that will soon be uploaded on that site. All right. I think the comms team should get the site from him and project it before everyone leaves here. Thank you so much. God bless you. Mrs. Majekodunmi, thank you. It was wonderful to see how you could rise up in the same year of the pandemic, at the level at which you did. It was a great experience sharing for most of our entrepreneurs and self-employed who listened to that. Thank you for being here and offering your great knowledge and experience and expertise. And Dr. Ndupu, people wanted to just disturb you, shake you up with too many questions. And I'm so sorry that I'm seeing a vision that she won't be able to leave this door in a hurry. Thank you so much, Dr. Ndupu. It's nice meeting you and having you here. You gave a great expose on mental health and to give us a better understanding. I have learned a lot myself. Thank you so much, ma, for being here. And then to our audience online and to our participants on site, I want to say a very huge thank you to you all. Today is a Saturday. Many people want to sit back home and do one or two things, but you understood that knowledge gain can be lost, and it can propel you to any height. And you are here. You stayed patiently. We are really grateful to you. We are happy to see you here, waiting patiently and listening and asking so many questions. And to those online, I want to say a big thank you to you. You have gained so much as well. And to everyone else that I haven't mentioned, but I need to mention my team. God bless you from the Rose of Sharon Foundation. Thank you so much. And another great team that I don't play with, our comms team and IT and sound. God bless you all for all you've done here today. We thank you, everyone. God bless you all. Please, shall we just stand up for a short closing prayer? Comms team, you have something to add? Oh, okay, so after the closing prayer, please just wait for us to take a photograph, first with the facilitators and then with some of you in the group. I'm a Christian, so I pray in Jesus' name. In Jesus' name. Amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for a great session, a wonderful time. The hours we've spent here today, we know they are not in vain. Thank you for all you've done, for strength, for energy, for time, for resources, for knowledge, for ideas, for expertise, for experience. Thank you for all we have learned here today. Father, we pray that for these young ones, you make their future brighter and brighter in Jesus' name. Everything they have learned, oh God, help them to put it into good use. In the name of Jesus. And when we begin to see some of them or hear about them, we can see we begin to see that they have transitioned, progressed higher than we expect in their careers and their fields of endeavor in the name of Jesus. Thank you for the Youth Empowerment Program. As we go on in the year, Lord, help us to even do greater things through this program. Thank you, Heavenly Father. As we all came peacefully, we shall all return peacefully to our destinations. In Jesus' mighty and precious name, we have prayed. Amen. The guest facilitators seated. Okay, please pay attention. If you want to come in Tuesday, please clap for Mr. Adeleke now. Clap more now. Thank you so much. God bless you. Please wait behind so that you can see the name of the company, the address, the date. We are bringing it to the comms team now, so they will project it. Please be seated.